Hello. Hello and welcome. Greetings, Raiders. I'm the Crown DM, and welcome to episode 31 of Cometh the Fall, Ferry Problems. How's it going, everybody? Welcome, one and all. Thank you, Momo, for the raid. I appreciate that. The Seer, thank you very much for 7 months. Soulshade, thank you for 7 months. I appreciate that. Zoro Crusader, Jesus, Grisoro, thank you very much for 20 gifted subs to the community. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you. But hello, welcome. Today is a D&D day, and I'm very excited. We get to play the Dungeons and the Dragons. It's weird. Twitch is saying I've got no audio when I've got audio. Sinju, that's a tag that you put on yourself. You'll have to adjust it. Today is going to be a very interesting and exciting day because the players are embroiled in the corruption that brims beneath the surface of the Aram Ferry. Kidnappings, robberies, murders, and the like. The players have a lot on their plate, and I'm very excited to see how they go about it. It has been 2 weeks since we last played, and I'm hoping that we can all come together, share in that lovely energy, and make it a very welcoming return to form for our players and myself. Mysteries to solve indeed. As am I, Mystic. I'm very excited. You made it. Hello, Summer. Did I make these heraldries? I did. Do you like them, Doctor? Each one correlates to a warden family here in Tyros. Each one has a history, and all of those symbols have a meaning. And hopefully, as the players explore, they'll find out a little bit more about each one. Our players are getting themselves situated. Getting themselves figured out as we prepare for our lovely game today. We're going to shoot them a message. I've collected... Oh boy. Come in. Delightful. Food has been brought. Oh, I've definitely made them on a website, Doctor. I am not that good. I will, if you join the Discord, Dr. John, I will post the website that I've used to make these lovely heraldries. Which heraldries are the players dealing with right now? If you look at the top banner that says Cometh the Fall, 2 in. The one that has the tree, its brown roots spread through the ground, flanked by swords pointed upwards, resting atop a mountain. That is House Ashford. Perfect. Let me grab that site for you real quick. I just want to make sure that the players are good to go before we hop over. How is everybody's week? Mine has been very good. I'll be posting the website in the Creation Showcase tab. Okay. It looks like all of our players are here. So, we're going to unmute, get introduced to our players, get a introduction to all of them, and then I'm going to be gracing the party with a recount because it's been so long. And we'll go from there. So, let's transition, shall we? If you see behind me, there is a void, so to speak. However, the more that you chat, the more that you talk, your messages will show up behind me and are recorded. They are captured in the moment and will be showcased in all of the VODs or highlights that will be posted later on the channel. So, if you'd like to be remembered for this episode, be sure to talk. Oh, but you don't want to be recorded? I'm sorry to hear that backstabber. Let's go ahead. Let's get introduced to our players. Hello, everybody.
Hi.
Good evening.
How was everybody's 2-week vacation?
Hmm.
I just like to imagine Marana returning in a Hawaiian shirt, red as a lobster.
We have some quiet people.
What happens?
Kellen, Alaric.
Some of us just got off work, so.
A likely excuse.
Mm-hmm.
Summon the energy. It's D&D time. Well,
Give it all she's got, Captain.
well, we're going to do as we do every week. Once Siluro returns to us, we're going to get introduced to our players, and then I will be doing the recount for you guys.
You're feeling especially magnanimous lately.
Oh, consider it a blessing.
Oh dear. What's coming round the bend?
How was your guys' trip to the cons, by the way?
It was interesting. Got a lot of neat stuff.
It was pretty cool. It was kind of a all-around geekery convention, but there was a lot of anime.
It was
And
90% anime.
Constantly leaning over to the young one I was escorting, like, is that one of them there Genshin Impacts? And yes, they were. There was so much Genshin Impact. Holy Christmas.
So many body pillows.
Not really. I did not see quite enough body pillows, frankly. At least not of the quality in which I would have purchased one.
There were a lot of body pillows at my con. Otakon, a lot of body pillows. Including Long Furby and Mothman.
See?
But also, a lot of Genshin Impact. Or as I like to say, gushing impact.
See, you got Long Furby and Mothman. I got to see William Shatner. There we go.
That one right there, officer. That's the post.
Post.
Yes. I got most of the stuff that wasn't anime related. Like Elden Ring, which there were a few of. And they were neat.
You had a load of prints.
I did get a load of prints. It was my first con, so I went a little nuts.
I don't
was
blame
like,
you.
that's neat.
I'd have done the
Just
same.
a little nuts.
A little nuts. I was like, that's neat. Well, they roll off and, buy 2, get 1 free. How could I resist? It's only
Sunday is
$50.
one of the best days to go, or like the very first day.
It was the very first day I went to the dealers, and then the next day I went to the artist alley.
Well, I'm glad you guys enjoyed your con.
Yeah.
If everybody's here, well, I suppose it's time to introduce all of our players. why don't we go down the line and have you introduce who you are, who you're playing, what level you are, and a little bit about your character, and we'll go from there, starting with Alaric.
What's up? What's up? I just sat down. What's going on?
Introduce
I'm
your
here.
character.
Oh, what? We're there? Oh, no. I'm sorry. I play Alaric, a half-elf man born in Karim, but raised in the south of Tiras in Rofield. He was raised among beasts, ones who worship the tenets of goodness, righteousness, and honor. These tenets have fallen unto him, in a sense, as he's grown into them. But as of late, he's sort of become estranged from them, and has embraced instead this deep-seated resentment and anger in him that is fueling now his status as a barbarian. He feels this newly gained emptiness, this hollowed-out room within him recently carved, taking him away from Sheliar's teachings, and he does not know what to do. And at this very moment, he tarries because of it.
Thank you. Kellen.
I play Kellen Aldane, a variant human ranger. Recently, having found out that his lineage is a little quirky, a little strange, mostly from his mom. With that, and being a member of the Grey Watch, having followed in the footsteps of his mother, which is a militant organization that fights threats from the wilderness like beastmen and other monstrosities and such. Being lumped in with this group, he's doing his best to try to guide them and keep them alive through the wilderness as they travel, while trying to maybe get back in contact with that order someday, 5 years from now.
All right. Thank you. Marana.
Hi, yeah. I play Marana Mordia, level 4 Dampier Rogue, and Phantom, which means that she has the ability to occasionally call upon the dead, it seems, to either bolster her own repertoire or harry her enemies. Marana hails from the distant province of Vinheim, in a land called Malgrove. Malgrove stands as the bulwark between the dragon sorcerers of Vinheim and the terrors that lurk in the Grimwald, their age-old nemesis. Recently, Marana was looking forward to the exciting and still very dangerous hunt of the Basilisk King. However, due to recent circumstances, she seems a little lost and is a little unsure of where exactly to go next. But with her friends by her side, we'll figure something out.
Indeed you will. Thank you. Silveril.
Question. Are we not doing in-character things anymore?
What do you mean?
Like,
Oh, like voicing your intro? I don't know. That's usually just preference, isn't it?
Oh, I alternate, personally. Sometimes I do it as Alaric, other times as myself.
oh, okay. I was just wondering. Greetings. I am Siluril von Ashfeld, ward of House Ashfeld, the Swan Blades. I am a level 4 high elf fighter who finds beauty in every battle, and I would lay my life on the line for house and home. I endeavor to seek the truth of the hidden, malicious rot that has found its way squirming through my family, and I will stop at nothing to find out why all of this has happened, and how I can make a change.
Thank you. And finally, Yuria.
Well, if most everyone else is doing third person, I guess I'll give it a shake. Hello. I play Yuria Zairi, the level 2 Hexblade, level 2 Aberrant Mind Sorceress. Hailing from the far lands of Shademore in the continent of Carresso on the opposite side of the world, Yuria has come here to find the lost history of her people, and now, with recent revelations, the lost knowledge of her own existence, both with the blade that plagues her dreams and promises to vassalize her under its rule, and the promises of her own mother met in similar dreams. She wrestles to come to terms with her own existence and what it means to be a Zairi. In the meantime, she has found friendship in the unlikely place of her fellow convicts turned adventurers, and hopes to survive long enough to reach a true form of civilization where her natural charm can flourish amongst the crowds and populace.
Nicely done. Thank you.
Thanks.
Now then, I believe one of our players just had to go run real quick. So when she's back, I will conduct the recount.
But you recount this.
Oh, she's got audio. Never mind. Very well. And don't worry, I will be giving myself inspiration.
Oh, great.
The current date is the 16th of dawn. It is currently, 17th of dawn. It is 12 a.m.
Already fucked up.
Having spoken with Oberon, the party conclude that servitude is too high a price for the death of the Terror, as well as the destruction of the Great Elk is too great a risk for the people of Eliond. Back and forth they discuss with one another before finally the idea is presented by Sabine, who offers her services to Oberon, King of the Sealy Court, consort of Queen Titania, Lord of Green, and the King of Beasts, who accepts. The price, of course, is the death of the pesky and fake Basilisk King. The terms are met. The deal is sealed with a kiss, and she is whisked to the Feywild, where she will serve as Oberon's consort for 10 years, or in Fey time, 40 years. Drawing his blade, presenting it to the party, he vanishes, off to slay their fake king, and ensure that the contract is held. With the king dispatched, the party finally returned to the ferry to discover that Shane's home has been robbed, broken into, vandalized. This causes Shane a great deal of pain and sadness, prompting the party to begin investigating the surrounding area. It's here that the party find old shoe prints and reveal a man of large stature as the one responsible. In the middle of this investigation, the party are confronted by the constable, Theodric Watt, and his men, who are unaware of this break-in. It's here that the party meet the law. Rather, Silleril does, for her previous use of her psionic powers, which is often misconstrued for magic. However, she goes willingly, giving up her weapons and being tailed by Alaric and Kellen, who meet Theodric. It's here that Silleril is grilled for about 45 minutes to an hour, questioning just about everything that Theodric can think of, and in turn, revealing the current state of the Aram's Ferry. A place of pain, misery, crime, mostly, and kidnappings. Children have been going missing. And he beseeches the party, mostly Silleril, as a ward of House Ashford, to figure out the reason and return the children. While this is happening, Marana and Yuria both assist Shane in procuring the rest of his horses and begin preparations to travel back to Eliond. It's now that our party converges, meeting together. Late into the evening, a number of horses prepared for travel. What are you all doing?
I think we were discussing going to talk to the theoretical thief guy.
Alric had
Sure.
also postulated taking the horses back. I think that was like the last thing I said before the session ended. As a matter of perspective, sorry for interrupting you.
I mean, that was. I mean, I think we were talking about that because we're already here, and rather than spending another 2 days on the road. I don't know, but yeah, depends on what everyone else wants to do.
Yuria, upon hearing Alaric's exclamation, to return to Elion unaware of the interview and what was discussed, simply nods and prepares by stepping into the cart, waiting for the others to join her.
Do you reiterate the exclamation? I turned my phone off right when I got to the chair and I realized I missed it.
Oh no.
Ibrahim? Or I guess, Alaric?
Sorry?
The exclamation you made?
Oh, he essentially put out the possibility that they should just go and deliver the horses to Alond before they do anything else.
Okay.
Yeah.
He also added that, if they get busy and caught up in some kind of issue, that they'll be putting off Shane and the ability to take the horses there.
El, do you think we should travel at night? And there might be this whole matter of perhaps we should still acquire the snakeweed if we're eventually going to hunt the spider as well. Who knows what abilities it might have?
We not achieve that along the way while traveling.
I suppose so. I just don't want anything of the manticore to go to waste.
I suppose it stands in Kellen's say. He's the one who recognizes the thing, no? Could you see it in the night?
Manticore, that thing is dead.
She was referring to the snakeweed. Sorry.
We have a lot of tasks at hand, and we should. And Shane also knows where a good place to get snakeweed is, so he said. We have a thief to look into, kidnappings to possibly look into, although I suspect that we might have an idea of what that's about. I do not like going back and forth multiple times. If we're here, we should take care of what's here.
Yuria gives a curious tilt of her head, having been here with the cart until now. I'm a little confused. What was... I see that they let Dame Silverl go, but what exactly was discussed between you and this constable? I can't imagine anything good, considering she gestures to the ferry.
Well, there was a lot of information divulged, and he gleaned and believed me, obvious. But there is an honest reason why they are afraid of magics in this lodge. It seems that there are children going missing from their homes, and they cannot explain it. As I am a ward of that and more, I have told him we will look into it. I did this under the assumption that I would have backup on this, but I will understand should wishes of all of our companions be different. But it is something I will do.
And they accepted your offer? They didn't seem very welcoming. You must have had quite the silver tongue to convince them that you are here to help. Or do they just fear your authority?
Silril's face hardens. I told the truth.
You can see Yuria visibly, even under the cloak, stiffen. All of it.
Everything he asked, I portrayed the truth.
Even about... You see, even under the mask, your head tilt to look around for anyone who might be eavesdropping. Even about how he met.
I explained that we had met at Hain's Keep. He proceeded to ask about Hain. And I told him that Hain had lost himself to his pit and the corrupting forces there.
I see. And you mentioned nothing else, then?
If you are asking if he thinks or knows we are prisoners, is that what you're asking?
There's a very slight nod and a very quick check to see that there truly is.
Roll me a perception
Again,
check.
no one eavesdropping.
Well, she's worried that, it's been 2 weeks, DM, did she mention they were prisoners?
You tell me.
Don't do that!
You tell me.
First roll, first one, baby. Let's go.
Nice.
It's gonna be a good session.
Yay!
The sun's in my eye, even though it's raining.
Oh, hey, Rachel.
When she brought up that the party had met at Hain Keep, Theodric was very interested. Theodric asked not only about the reason for your meeting, but asked about Lord Hain's well-being. It was never explicitly said. She danced around the idea or the subject of being prisoners, just having mentioned that they met there, that Lord Hain is not himself, and that they've left recently. Never divulging any more than that. So technically, yes, you lied, but in a roundabout way.
No. It wasn't,
Technically
there
told
weren't
the
any
truth.
lies. It was the truth.
Ooh.
You know, a pared down version of it.
Wow.
I'm sure that'll go over well in court.
You know, it's really... I'm actually crying. Like, Yuri would be so proud if she saw that moment. That was very political.
No, he is not aware of our prisoner status when we were in Hain's Keep. He did not ask directly, and I did not care to divulge such things. For once, in my existence as a court and such, I held my title and used such. It's not something that I enjoyed. But I gleaned that the safety of... She pauses, looking at Yuria, and then looks at everyone else. My commands was more important than the full truth. Considering some of you are very bent on holding back information.
See, upon this reveal, Yuria's shoulders relax, and she holds her hand to her chest with an audible sigh of relief. Ah, thank the gods, if they care. You are a politician's daughter, after all. I was beginning to worry.
It's only now, during this conversation, that you realize somebody was eavesdropping. Shane.
Yeah, I was about to ask. Shane, hey, Shane.
Shane, whose wide-eyed expression belies the feelings of fear as he slowly looks to each person.
As Yuria realizes the not party member in the room, that relief melts, or rather freezes into reserved tension again, her hand slowly being placed by its side as the cold silver gaze of her helm peers directly into Shane's face.
There are reasons we were put there. You have to understand, Shane, that there is something else going on. I, personally, have not lied to you once since our meeting. I cannot speak the same for the rest here.
But you're prisoners, convicts, yeah?
In a way.
His eyes immediately look at the looming presence that is Alaric. What? In what way?
Aware that he's being looked at, Alaric brings up a hand and sort of lays its wide shape across his jaw, raking at it with his nails. We were falsely accused. We did not deserve to be in that prison. That should be the most important thing.
We moved. Like moving a boulder out of the way for your horse's cart to go forward, I assume. Put a place where we could not be in the way. Or put aside for some agenda we did not know existed.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check, Siluro, with advantage. You can definitely see the gears turning. Shane's expression is a pensive one. Again, looking to each party member. And you can definitely tell by the expression that he's wearing. He's putting faces to crimes. Things that he would assume you've done. But as you begin to explain, having been falsely accused, put there for a specific reason, to be put out of the way, his expression relaxes. He gives a small nod. I mean, you've done a lot for me already. I just wanted to know. No judgment. A lot of my friends have been to jail once or twice. Not that I mean, yeah, no. Just starts muttering.
Siluriel just has this like dour look of shame.
So, party, what's the plan? You have a robber to find, kidnappings to discover, horses to return, And a driver to keep safe.
And snakeweed.
And some snakeweed to find. I didn't want to go into the full list because it's about a mile long, but I was going over the most prevalent things.
Yeah.
Don't everybody talk at once.
So we've agreed to help the people with their missing children, but we also need to transport these horses home. Oh,
We did not agree to help. We agreed to figure out what is going on. And if there is a possible way to get them back.
pardon me, Dame, but that sounds like helping.
I did not want you to get confused that you are going to be beholden to getting children back.
Ah. Very political. Good.
Sorrel eyes her with this face of, ugh.
Urius nodding approvingly. Well, but the intent to help is there, yes?
Yes.
It was the sort of request it was hard to say no to. It is about children, after all.
Well, we are already here, then. If we wish to garner a aid the people of Aram's Ferry, well, why leave?
Because we gave our word to Shane first.
I don't believe that word has a specific time limit on it, however.
I mean, could we not, if we wish to help Shane, help fix his house, keep his horses here while we investigate?
I mean, broken up as it is, it's still your home, isn't it? And she kind of looks to the poor stable hand.
I thought. I mean, yeah, it's my home. I thought we talked about me getting away from me.
Well, do you want your things back or not?
I do want what I stole, yeah.
So can you stand to wait maybe a day before we leave so we can talk to this thief, deal with that problem, then find the snakeweed and head back?
You're gonna do all that in a day?
You know, if nothing else enterprising.
Iria also looks a little dubious at Kellen's statement.
All right.
I'm sure. If you're at peace with it, then so am I.
I mean, I don't really. Well, I'm your driver, right? So, like, wherever you want to go.
Yes, but we made our vow to you first. It would be important for me, at least, to hear what you would like.
I imagine the whole party is staring at Shane.
Oh God.
And he
It's kind
looks incredibly fucking nervous.
Well, say it plainly then.
I mean, if it's all right, I like to get the horses away from here. I don't want them to get hurt or stolen or anything like that. I know there's not. I know there's not. It's a lot of troops, but I really want to make sure they're safe.
Well, maybe once we're back at Elion's, we might be able to ask Gerald about any other settlements. We heard that there were people thriving to the north, but M's Ferry is the only place we've heard about.
There's
Maybe
a
there's
whole...
something we're missing.
Yeah. You're only on one side of the ferry. The other half's just across the river.
So,
Oh,
so we get the horses to Elions, dump them on Rena's poor lap. Then come back here. Is that what I'm hearing?
Shane, to give you some perspective here, if we were to take the horses to Elons now and come back in a couple of days, chances are your things will be all but gone. But if we are to stay, just as you said, we risk the horses. So I suppose that is the question itself. Your lost things or the horses? What will it be?
I don't, You can see now there's this fidgeting, sort of pressing his palms together, sort of rubbing his hands, sort of wringing them, trying to think.
Silro puts her hand on his shoulder, reassuringly.
Yuria, meanwhile, interjects on Shane's behalf because she's very noble like that. He clearly prefers the horses. Those are his first priority. While the loss of anything else is certainly tragic, it's best we preserve what he still has, especially since that's obviously what's most important to him.
As Yuria talks, the furrow of Alaric's brows becomes more gradually pronounced. Can he not speak for himself?
Clearly not.
Oh, but he can. Just give him a moment.
She rubs reassuringly.
If my stuff's already stolen, I mean, I don't have it, but I have my horses. I want to get it back. It's the stuff I have of my dad, but if it means maybe losing the horses, I wouldn't be able to stomach it. They're like a lift. And there's a chance not that I'm doubting you or nothing, but I just, you might not find him. I might not get my stuff back, even if we stay.
See? He agrees. We don't know how long ago this break-in was, unless... She eyes Kellen. We do, perhaps. Still, there's a chance that even while we were being interrogated, his things could have been sold off to the other side of the ferry.
What we can do is suggest to the constable that they look for his things while we are gone.
True
We
enough.
can take the horses and survey the area on the way back. Hopefully to conclude that the thief did not go towards Alliance Tier.
Yuria nods. Relenting.
Well, when do we leave? Now or in the morning?
Actually, that's a good question. DM, what time is it at the moment?
It's midnight.
Oh. If we were to leave, we'd risk exhaustion, wouldn't we? Because we haven't actually rested yet.
Correct.
Wow.
However, the horses and everything like that would allow you to travel pretty far. So. It's up to you guys. It is always a risk.
We have a vacant home here, though it is probably too small for everyone. Even disheveled, I see no reason why we can't use it to our advantage. Depending on how broken it is on the inside. Lest we risk more snakes in our tents.
Seems there's plenty of snakes right here.
What's that mean?
I meant the town being full of snakes. Why, do you have a guilty conscience or something?
No. Well, I can't be the only one with an opinion.
If we're gonna rest here, I'll sleep in the barn. I'm sure there's a hayloft or something, right, Shane?
I mean, yeah, I wouldn't. That might be alright.
Well, it's not like I'm gonna eat your horses.
No, it's just. I mean, I have to fight rats and stuff when I go in there. It's hard to keep it clean when they keep getting pushed all the way over here. They keep cutting down the forest and building new homes, and it pushes all the rats here. So when I go in, generally in the morning, I have to go in with like a small dagger and just sort of keep them away. They're vicious. But I mean, you're strong. I mean, I watched y'all kill giant snakes. So, that's probably nothing, right?
I guess I can go and start looking for rats.
Thinking on it, we may wish to sleep in the same place and keep watch. We might not have to deal with snakes in the wild, but, as Kellen put it, we were hardly subtle.
Marana kind of nods approvingly to Yuria. We can just set up the rest of our tents outside. If there isn't enough room.
The house could fit all of you. But it's like you have to clean it up first. Otherwise, you're sleeping on like broken glass and debris and everything like that. So.
Fair enough.
But yeah, it could fit all of you guys.
And I mean, 2 people are going to be on watch anyway. For the most part.
So, we're staying for the night?
Guess so.
I would vote yes.
Perfect. Okay, then. Shane, understanding the party's intentions, will lead all of the horses and the cart into the sort of pen, keeping the cart relatively close to the house as to assure that it can be watched over, while placing the rest of the animals back into the barn. While he's doing that, gives you guys plenty of chances to get yourself cleaned up, to clean up the house, and begin setting up whoever's going to be on watch, as there are only 5 of you, which means doubling up is Actually, it would just be one of you has to watch by yourself.
Hi.
Okay.
It's her, the lone watcher.
There is a hearth that you guys can like cook from and sort of keep yourselves warm. Otherwise, it's very cold in here. So, what are you guys doing?
Yuri's going to get to work on trying to clean up is a strong word. More like just wipe away all the garbage that's in the center of the room to create essentially a large enough space. If she can't find a broom, what she would do is, assuming there weren't passerbys, she would just gather rainwater with shape water and use that to basically flood the floor and wipe away the debris. And what was left would just be prestied.
You would be better off using Presti.
All right, fine. I'll just use Presti. God.
God dang it.
Yeah.
You have Presti?
Yeah. I saw you use it, and I was like, that's neat. I want it.
Okay.
Double Presti. What does it mean?
I couldn't get mending, so I got Presti.
While Yuria is Roombaing square foot by square foot, what's the rest of you doing?
Probably picking up and putting back things that have been obviously tossed while burglars were burgling.
All right. Kellen, Alaric, Silver.
I imagine there's some kind of wood cutting axe laying around that he could borrow.
Yeah.
I wouldn't see his shelves being actually, filled with firewood. So Alaric would go to the visible outskirts, chop down some wood, maybe some dead wood. That way he doesn't have to really work for it.
Yeah,
And
there's
then
plenty
come
of
back and
smaller trees you can chop down. I just need an athletics check.
yeah, he'd just come back with it, should he succeed, and stuck up the heart, handle the fire, tend to the eventual stew he'd be cooking. If people decide not to go to sleep right away, of course.
I think Kellen will tend to the barn and wage a war of dubious nature against the red population.
Give me a moment.
Here come the rats.
Do-do-do-do. Yeah, exactly.
Actually,
How big is your token? We gotta shrink your
And
token
I'm
down a little
like,
bit.
it's combat.
Let's give you down a little bit.
actually, I might have something on you. 1 second.
Just a little bit. Hold on. Perfect. I'm gonna put you over here. Because it's gonna be some rolls, brother.
Actually, I can. Let's see. Depending on how fucking awful they are, like if these are rabid, psycho rats or not, apparently I can use primeval awareness to figure out what it is they want. And maybe just, get rid of them that way or something.
Interesting. Post it for me?
Yeah, once I was just about to hit the button. Does that work?
Because
Of
what they
course.
want is a pound of flesh.
Second paragraph.
They're tiny, like halfling-sized beastmen coming at you.
There are
Forks
many
and
more.
knives.
Many morlings. Kill them all.
Yep.
Just burns the barn down.
That's
Not
right.
even an overreaction.
You
There's
find
emotional
Skaven.
state. Well, that's affected by magic of some sort. It's short-term needs.
Food or safety, and any actions you can take to persuade it to not attack.
Oh,
I suspect that the intent of this is to like keep a bear from mauling your party, essentially.
indeed. These rats, you would learn that they are not of sound mind. They are diseased, addled, afflicted with a malady that makes them ravenous.
Oh. That's kind of bad, actually. As it turns out. Who'd have thought?
Give me just a moment.
Yeah. Yo, is this our intro to swarm tactics? I can't wait.
Oh god, please just kill me now.
That is the intent.
Here we go.
I don't even want to roll. Just kill us. Just wipe the party.
Are you ready for 26 rats with all with 1 HP?
No. No, I am not. I don't like it here anymore. I don't like it here anymore. This is terrible.
Give me just a moment.
I hate it here.
You did this to yourself.
You're the one who said we're rats. I think, frankly, if he goes in there and he's like, "Oh wow, these rats are actually fucked up," he's gonna like run out like, "Hey guys."
I can't wait for Callan to get fucking like almost one shot like Alric did to snakes. Callan, it's rats.
Oh my god.
I can't
We just
wait.
come back. He just crawling
He's-
back with like rats hanging off his back like a cloak.
Guys, we have a
Barnes
problem.
haunted.
Just like strangling a rat in one hand, like, so we have an issue to deal with. What the fuck are you doing to that rat? It's Morbid.
Oh my god.
Give me just a moment.
Getting the keys, going to your house.
Yeah, welcome. Welcome.
Barnes haunted.
Yeah.
Oh!
Guys, Barnes haunted by rats.
Look at
All
them,
right,
they're
Callan.
so cute.
I don't have a combat map for this, but
That's fine.
it's initiative.
Fuck. So I'm sure that there's going to be like a moment of quiet, and then suddenly like, oh shit, and then just the sound of swords being drawn.
It's like
It's
that scene in Jurassic Park, except it goes wrong.
we'll see how well you do in initiative. And that'll determine if it's like, oh shit, or if you get bit and then it's like, ah. So let me throw on some combat music real quick because this is just too funny to not do.
Naturally. Making sure it's the most epic combat music in your library on top of
Oh,
that.
you want? Okay, hold on.
The best.
Oh
the
no,
best
what were you
track.
gonna play?
He's going to probably play some fucking Kirby shit, like, doo 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 doo
No,
doo.
he would never do that.
You got it. Hold on.
My AK from Killing Floor. Nice choice.
He slowly replaces them with the darkest dungeon rats.
That's probably actually more accurate, to be fair. No.
Nice, nice. Let's go.
All right. Top of the initiative. Kellen. It would be in this moment as you're entering that you would hear that skittering, that sort of small sound of this like chittering that begins to move towards you. And you would watch as these sort of lumps in the hay begin to rapidly approach your location, and emerging from it are four very, like, I'm talking like Zorro-sized rats.
Good God. It's like I'm in California. No joke, I actually went to San Diego once and saw a rat the size of a small dog. I was pretty fucking alarmed.
Well, perfect, because it's Kellen's turn. What are you doing?
I think I'm good. How close is it?
They're like
right on my ass.
they're right on you.
So it's melee time, is what you're saying?
Let's see it.
Right, I had a hiccup.
There are 4 in total.
Oh God. Well, good thing I have that quirky little feat, and that 2-weapon fighting style. And I have 2 swords.
That hits.
How does it deal with the rat?
It is dead in one hit. You would slice it, sort of severing this creature at the neck, and you would watch as it's like bulbous body just sort of violently shudders.
Okay. Am I currently surrounded?
Yes.
Fuck. Well, offhand time.
Let's see it.
I can bonus action and between finding it to add my shit to it, so. Ooh. Well.
A 13 just barely misses.
Oh, really? These guys got fucking good AC.
Swinging it down, they have their natural dexterity, which adds to their
and they're
armor
small,
class.
too.
Yeah, so you swing down and you would watch as its body just sort of rolls, not even like attempting to be dexterous. It's just this flailing mass that is just whipping around at your feet as you swing down and just barely miss it, sort of nicking its tail.
Little asshole. All right. Well, I believe that's all I can do, and if I try to move, I get swarmed by opportunity attacks. So let's not do that.
It's the rat's turn.
Yikes.
They have pack tactics.
Oh god, guys, I may need to roll a new character.
That would
Thankfully, a 9 misses for the first one.
God.
It's the other rat's turn.
What is pack tactics rules again? I actually
Gives them advantage on their attack rolls as long as they're within 5 feet of another of their kind. What is your armor class?
That is a good question. Scroll back up. 15.
A 16 hits.
Like,
That is 6 points of damage.
ow. Not very nice.
As it sort of, you would see its mouth open, and it doesn't have its natural sort of elongated teeth. Instead, it's like rows of gnashing, crooked teeth that sink in, sort of biting through the leather of your boots.
Yeet. Not even a snake was not that mean to me.
Final rat.
Final rat.
That is a 21 to hit
Jesus.
for another 6.
God damn. Are you? There you go.
All right. Kelvin's turn.
God damn. Well, try this again. Furious combat ensues. It's life or death, brothers. God damn it.
That misses, I'm afraid.
Absolutely.
Again, another moment of swinging down, but you're able to sort of correct it in that final swing and catch as it's flailing, sort of severing that the spine of this rat that causes it to flail violently before stopping. As another one perishes.
If I could roll consistently high, that would be great. I need more things to do. But yeah, that's it.
All right. The rats go. They still have an ally, which means still pack tactics. That is a 20 to hit
God damn it.
for 5 points of damage. Next rat. You would see that they are ripping like cuts and holes into your leggings, into your boots, just shredding you, as that is a 16 to hit for another 6 points of damage.
And I also need to apparently get better armor. The armor class is garbage.
No, I'm just They should not be hitting this high, but I'm just rolling really well. It's your turn.
Like you usually do, you mean? Return. Jeez. I got Morana's dice. Clearly.
It is this frantic moment now where they are barreling down onto you, and you are attempting to just swat them away. Neither of those hit, I'm afraid.
Yeah, I'm aware.
All right. I'm gonna put out another song real quick. Oh, Jesus.
Know about that one.
All right. It's called Pathogen, so it works best.
I like that.
All right. The rats go. That is a natural 20. 4 points of damage, thankfully.
I am actually in danger here.
That is another natural 20.
Jesus, dude. Curse you and your dice. Throw them in jail.
Your turn.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I am actually in danger at this point.
Holy shit.
Please call for help.
I'm pretty sure the sounds of combat at this point are very obvious, but sure. I don't know.
Screaming is a free action.
I'm just gonna. Yeah, I'm sure there's been lots of crying out in pain. If you guys are not hearing this, you are deaf. God damn it. Fuck my life! Yeah, I'm dead, guys. That's it. Kellen is no more. Kellen is no more. I have 8 HP left, and these rats are rolling natural 20s. And I can't roll above a fucking 12 to save my life.
Just know that we love you regardless.
Why doesn't everybody roll me a perception check?
I literally have. I am basically dead at this point. So, bye.
Skillish. I can't hear you over the vacuum, man.
Just you guys are fucking hover around going.
Alaric and Marana, you would hear what it sounded distant at first. This sort of like, and then it eventually turned into like that first real painful yelp or shout, that sort of groan, and then it would begin to build, becoming more frantic. Your attention would turn outside of the house. Both of you possessing dark vision would see these massive rats clinging to Kellen. Basically, like his legs are soaked in blood.
Not a good time.
Holy fuck!
Give me just a moment. Hold on.
These rats are doing more damage than the Shadow Manticore.
Yes, they are. These rats are bothering me, and it's kind of ridiculous.
We're getting
our asses kicked by snakes and rats.
Welcome to being a low-level party, bro.
Holy fuck!
Grab Alaric as well.
Bro.
Alaric would be in the tree line, I believe, right?
Just coming with a wood axe and
Holy
do some work.
fuck!
Yeah, I'm gonna try to make the wood axe as a weapon now.
We'll put you over here. Why don't you both? I'm gonna grab both of you. Why don't you both roll me your initiative scores?
All right, burrito. Here we go. Let me.
Kellen found the 4 veteran rats out of the barn. Like,
Yeah,
these
are
guys have gone to war.
You found the rat, matriarch and her group. You go
They
after
ate
the
the
rats, Marana.
Yeah.
You both go after the
Yeah.
rats.
A woodcutter's axe is kind of an improvised weapon, right? It's not made for fighting. It'd be like
we'll
a-
get to that when we get to that.
You can easily kill somebody with a woodcutter's axe. But you make that up.
The rats go.
Ellen, you good?
No, dude. I have 8 HP and they're rolling natural 20s.
That
I'm
is
not
a
good.
23 for 3. Next rat. That is a 19 for 5.
I'm dead.
You are unconscious.
Indeed.
As this final one, having again bit you so many times, you can just feel this weight being lost in your legs. It's just chunks are being ripped out of you, just coated in viscera. As you fall unconscious, I do need a Constitution saving throw.
I'm already unconscious. What do you want from me?
This is to determine disease.
Oh, it only happens when you're unconscious?
They're eating you, so
Oh, at least I can roll a
you are
concept.
not afflicted by the malady.
Hooray.
Thank fuck.
Marana, you would watch as one of them sinks its teeth sort of against Kallenstein, sort of ripping out this large chunk of flesh and causing him to bleed profusely. He falls to the ground and the rats begin to swarm him. What are you doing?
Hauling ass to his location.
With your movement, that is fully possible.
Beforehand, saying, I think this trap will live on. And then whoosh into the night.
Oh,
And-
it's like a psychopath.
get up on the rats with my rapier and begin slashing.
Perfect.
I would also like to activate the property of my black leather armor to begin as if they did not see me, giving me advantage.
All right. That hits. 10 points, killing that rat instantly.
And I'd like to use my whales from the grave to essentially assail the other one. So that's just going to do damage. 3 more. Necrotic to the other swarm.
Okay. It's not a swarm. They're just giant rats, but it is still alive.
Could I potentially draw my dagger on offhand and stab it as a bonus action?
What does your armor say for its activation cost?
It doesn't say it has one. It just says you can. Yep, whenever you're wearing this armor,
Once for long rest. Okay.
Yep.
Let's see it.
Alright. And does that still count as me being hidden for the roll?
Ooh, let me double check.
Because it's still the beginning of a combat for her.
Indeed. I'll get clarification on that, just in case in the future, but for right now, let's go with that.
Alright.
That hits. And the 4 is exactly what's needed to end the final giant rat.
We did it. We're adventurous.
Okay. For the sake of this, Alaric, what are you doing?
Alaric would have broken off into a sprint, stopped halfway with his stagger steps, wood-cutting axe in hand, seeing the whole thing unfold, and just sort of stopped.
Okay. We're gonna call combat there. Okay. Marana, are you going to attempt to stabilize Kellen?
She will try.
Okay.
But upon seeing seeing Alaric kind of approach, she's like, Alaric, is there something you can do? And she's just kind of covered in blood at this point.
Wow, that was quick.
He would drop the axe to the side, unaware that he's lost his healing powers. And in a show and panic, he quickly takes to his knees beside Kellen and trying to, as he did in the past, channel the power once within himself into his hands. He'll press each to his chest and attempt futilely to lay on hands.
Kellen, roll me a death saving throw, please. Privately to me, and share with us a memory.
Y'all better come get me.
You fucking rats. Where's the damn death save?
The action economy was in shambles.
No shit. I don't even know where my fucking death saving throw button is. I haven't had to. There it is.
Ooh, you should not tell the DM that.
Perfect. And go ahead and share with us a memory.
God, this is not where I thought it would be today, so I'm woefully unprepared. I think, off the top of my head, would be a memory of his of his mother visiting in one of the rare times that she does at his father's home for a holiday kind of thing, and just the sitting around in the living room around the hearth and everything like that, talking about her adventures, and his father looking a mix of approval and dubiousness to this whole situation of filling the boy's head with, all these grand ideas as he listens in rapt attention, a little bit of hero worship on his face. And his mom, a strong woman who just laughs it off, and says like one day he'll get his chance to have his own adventures and save people and all of that. And him making that decision that it should be sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Alaric, your hands pressed to Kellen's chest, attempting to evoke the blessing of the Wild Father, of the great leveler. And there is nothing. Your hands only feel the cold, the warmth of skin and armor, the slickness of blood. But you do not feel the Wild Father's blessing.
One night's not working. Get Siluril, hurry! And as he says this, Alaric will be ripping up a portion of his shirt, and his wounds are mainly around his legs, right?
Correct.
He will attempt to tourniquet them.
Roll
like
me
just
a medicine check.
Yes. Oh my
And
god.
Understand,
With-
if you do not beat the DC that is required to stabilize a person, you will make Kellen incur a death saving throw failure.
But hold on. The medicine roll is kind of a process in itself, right? Like he's attempting to sort of deal with everything, right? Heal him. What I'm asking essentially is, does it seem like he's about to die and there's no chance that Cyril makes it there in time?
Ooh. I should ask first, do you have proficiency in medicine?
He does not.
Then I'm going to say, looking at him, the sort of blanch or pale color to this ranger's face, the blood along their legs, it is very hard to tell. However, Marana, as you're being prompted, roll me a perception check.
Oh, fuck. Nope.
Give me just a moment.
Uh-oh.
It's wave 2. There's 8 rats now.
That would be hilarious. You would see, as you are making your way back, a figure along the road, sort of walking alongside the railing or the fence here. You would see that they have a small lantern or a personal lantern that is illuminating their way. They appear to be smaller in stature. Ashilde, would you like to describe your character? Unless they're gone.
Sabine. All right.
This This is how Kellen
I'm gonna
dies.
spam. I'm gonna
This is
spam
how
him.
Kellen dies.
Amazing.
No,
Great.
I'm here. I'm just, my head's killing me. That's why I DM'd you.
You damned me.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. We'll belay my last then. Small retcon.
Belay.
You see nothing, as you were.
Okay, Marana books it back across, probably using both of her movements when she doesn't need to, and comes barreling through the door of Shane's cabin. Silverhill! There was those creatures in the barn. Kellen needs your help, please. Alaric can't heal him.
Yes, of course. Silvereld sets down the thing she was holding, moving it around, and goes after her.
Perfect. When you meet with Silverel, Kellen, roll me another death save, please. And share with us another memory.
I think several years after that, when he has made the decision to follow his mother into the Grey Watch, after arriving and being kind of introduced in, there's a straight year of very intensive training, and it's not like boot camp for the army or something. This is like live weapons, live fire, life and death kind of stuff. Like, they don't mess around kind of things. They're dropping him off in the middle of nowhere with nothing but a knife to himself, and he has to spend like weeks out on his own and survive and make it back, fending for himself and all that. And luckily, his father's trained him well enough to know how to typically take care of himself in the outdoors, which doesn't mean that it's easy by any means. It's still a harrowing process. And the first week being kind of that whole setting up himself, shelter, food, that kind of stuff. And then eventually, once his needs are taken care of, making his way back to, the place where he's supposed to basically meet the trainers, or not, if he didn't survive, so to speak. But, the trial, as harrowing as it is, you can only eat what you can find or kill, the having to improvise weapons to save off wild beasts or to avoid them in some cases, and in fact even in most cases, arriving back dirty and disheveled, but alive essentially, and that sort of a feeling of like ultimate victory that he did it, and only for his trainers to smile approvingly and then say, now do it again.
Good. Thank you. Marana, having led Silverel back to Kellen's unconscious form, running across the open area here leading to the barn, you would see that around Kellen are these 4 almost grotesque rats, either split open or defeated in some way, but they are absurdly large, bloated and distended in some areas. These are not normal creatures. These are... something is definitely wrong with them.
Silra would come running, note the rats, but there's more important things ahead of her. She will slide on the metal of her shins and knees to his side to assess his wounds. What happened? How long ago?
Right. I imagine she's asking Alaric as well.
He's the one sitting there with his hands on his chest going, "Wake up!"
Yeah, he's kneeling beside him, and Alaric is hovering and fretting over Kellen. Like, I imagine his hands are like flexing in confusion, in panic, in horror. He doesn't know where to lay them, what to do. He does his best to ease Kellen's state, kind of props his head up on a bundle of cloth to hold in the blood from spewing out of his leg too much. And he speaks to him through like a kind of bated breath and an expression of abject fear. You will not die, damn you! You cannot! There's so much yet to do, so much to see, Aldane! Cling on by the Allfather, do not pass unto his halls! And once Siluriel arrives, and he turns to see her, Rats, they bit him, they bit his legs, he was alone. Siluriel, he fought them alone.
Right. She will press both palms to either side of his like upper pectorals, and she will close her eyes, and there will be this vibration of essentially energy as the golden marks on her body begin to sport a sheen of actual gold, and scales form within them and creep out of them. And her eyes will open, and they will be glowing. And as she does so, there are these dragon in shape and size set of golden wings that seem to be sprouting and crawling from her back, and it will wrap around Kellen underneath him where he is laying, and she will cast Cure Wounds.
Let's see it. Kellen, you are brought back to 7 hit points.
Hooray. Not dying. In theory.
Hey man, how's that barn?
Sucks. Barn is awful. It's a terrible place.
Your eyes would eventually open. The wounds along your legs being sealed and stitched together with that golden weaving light. Still coated in blood. Still laying in the mud.
Siluriel above you.
No.
Their hands on your chest, their eyes glowing, and there's magical golden wings.
Am I in hell? Just kidding.
Damn.
Just kidding. That should be kind of one of those sites where he gasps, the awake, and then just the fogginess of his eyes, he kind of blearily blinks at Siluriel, not really understanding what's happening, naturally. I think that would be weird.
You were going to say mom, weren't you?
Yeah, he's like having a mom flashback or something, and just be like,
Do whatever your character
yeah.
Mommy?
Weird.
Sorry.
He's like, mother? And then he blinks again. Oh. What? Why does everything hurt?
Siluriel will remove her hands up by sitting backward, and the glow of her eyes will dissipate and shrink into the center of her eyes as the wings fold back and disperse into her back. I am unsure what happened. Are you okay?
Not really. Swarmed by giant rats, as it turns out. I need to have a talk with Shane about these rats.
Laura looks at Marana and Alaric.
Miranda's weapons, still coated in blood. In gross rat blood.
They were just hanging off you, and I heard, and I came as quick as I could. We should get him inside.
And she kind of looks to Alaric.
Alaric seems entirely perplexed. Ever since he asked, why does everything hurt? He's just got this wide-eyed look, his hands covered in his blood. And finally, it sort of clicks that he's back, and he allows his body to relax back and his form to sort of sit back on the dirt beside him. And he reaches up and presses that bloodied hand to his forehead. Why does everything hurt? Means you're alive, you bastard! And then he breaks off into laughter. And with a sort of offhanded look to Marana, he nods and sort of pushes himself up. Can you walk, or do you need carrying, Ranger?
Maybe just a hand up.
I can do a hand. And he would offer it, reaching out with his right hand, supinated and palm apart, waiting for his.
He'll take it and groan in pain. But he'll get up and stagger step his way as needed to go wherever he needs to go, I suppose.
You must have fought like a lion. Killed 2 of these things before we got to you. Well done.
Doesn't really feel like it. Feels more like I bit off more than I could chew.
Oh. What do you think would have happened if Shane had discovered those things? You may have saved his life, Kellen.
I think he would have been eaten whole and we wouldn't have found anything but bones.
That's right. They found you, his hero. Well done.
As you all are out here, I'm going to remove your tokens now. As you all are out here, it would be in this moment that Shane sort of makes his way to where the rest of you are at. Sort of hands on his head, looking around, seeing the blood that coats Kellen, seeing this distended, bloated rat corpses, and just looks utterly horrified.
I think Yuri would be in tow at this point.
What happened? I was making sure that everything was tied up. I heard screaming.
Those rats were borderline abominations.
You can see him take like a hesitant step forward, sort of looking at it. That was all right. What? That's too big to be rats. The rats will look this big. He sort of puts his hands together, making like a very small, incredibly small comparison to what those monstrosities are.
Is it bigger than a bread box? Yes.
No, like the what he's holding up is like, imagine like a fully folded flip phone.
Oh, God.
These things are the size of terriers.
I mean, after seeing toads the size of horses, Are we really surprised at this point? Why are you all surprised? She seems a little concerned.
Rats even in Tyros.
She just kind of trails off, shaking her head.
I've never seen them like this at all. They were always so small that you generally just kick them and they go away. These things are huge. I'm sorry. If I had known, I'd have never said to come over here. I thought they were tiny.
I think suffice to say, no one should go there alone. Now until when we leave.
Are you serious? After the giant toads, the giant snakes, the giant hawk thing, this is where we all draw the line. Giant rats. Heroes is insane. She scoffs and walks back into the home.
Wait. What, you mean to tell us that we should investigate?
Who are you saying that to?
Yuria.
What? She turns, looking back. What do you mean?
What line has been drawn? What do you mean?
None of you remarked about the size of the toads that could eat us, or the rats that, the snake that almost killed you, or the giant, what was it called? Rock, I believe.
Oh,
These oversized creatures that you people experience in our travels.
I see
We've
your
all
meaning now.
experienced. But this is where you Tyrosians act surprised. You say that this couldn't exist. These rats are much too large. You see my point?
Well, I'd sooner be more afraid of a big rat than a big frog. I've seen rats in the hundreds. See 100 rats that size, we have a problem.
See her head tilt. I've seen frogs in the hundreds.
No, I mean, these rats were never this big. It's not. I mean, the rats are generally real small around here. They're not big. They're not like the snakes or the big scary thing we fought.
Are you sure they didn't just eat all the other rats?
He shrugs, like very, like, not maybe. I don't know. It's just, I saw. I mean, even before we left, I was fending off rats to get Hilda. But they were itty bitty. These are the size of dogs.
Something happened then, while you were gone. There might be more to the barn that we know. Some kind of infestation or something. We should check it out after killing Heels. All of us together.
I think maybe this has something to do with the Southlands as a whole, Alaric. I mean, the Basilisk King, the Manticore. It could be some result of those strange mutants. Or the Morlings. Or anything, really. But I agree that we shouldn't go out alone.
Too soon to say now, I suppose. You might be right. But I pray that you are not. Let's get some rest.
He turns back and enters the home to finish cleaning.
Marana cleans off her weapons before going inside the house.
Okay. Bringing Kellen back with you, you all would eventually make your way back into the house. Cleaned up thanks to Uria's assistance. Who's keeping first watch?
Not Kellen.
Apparently not. No.
Holy shit. Yo, chill. What are you doing? Are you gonna do that to him?
I said not Kellen.
Yeah. Thought you were teasing him.
Maybe a little.
Marana will stay up. Will be one of them. Anyone else?
I mean, technically you can do a watch. I do have 7 HP. Just
Damn.
don't expect much, I guess.
You still got eyes, son.
Yeah.
You've still got eyes.
You're still breathing. You can do a watch, boy.
All right. Uria begrudgingly will do first watch, muttering about how she did first watch last time, and it arrived at snakes.
Perfect. So Yuria and Marana, the goth chicks, are taking first watch.
Woo! Yes.
Everybody's rolled out their bedrolls. Perfect.
Party comes to Lynch's. You'll know why.
So, why don't we get your respective perception rolls as everybody else begins to settle down for the evening? You're free to roleplay, cook the food, whatever you'd like to do. Let's try and keep it within 10-minute windows.
Is that perception?
Correct.
Around, are you proficient?
I am proficient.
Nice. I
Nice.
forget what that means, but it's important.
Do you have proficiency?
I don't know.
It's individual rolls.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Hey, there you go.
$14.9. Okay. Give me just a moment.
Yeah, I saved that 9 for another time.
Everyone else is sleeping in the main house, right?
Alaric is cooking.
I thought everybody was in the house.
You're cooking.
Yeah, he's making stew.
I think this is before the rest, I'm assuming.
Can you cook and still have it count as long? You don't have to sleep necessarily for a long rest. Yeah, I'm just cooking. Still count as light activity?
Unless you're Gordon Ramsay.
Yeah,
Sure.
he's just chilling, you know?
Sure.
He's just chilling.
He's chilling, you know? Distracted.
Let's see that intelligence check for your food.
We don't have Sabine anymore, so you have to see that intelligence check for our food.
No, it's crap again.
Stop it.
Rude.
It's a meal.
It sure is food.
Something to
Oh,
put
boy.
into your stomach.
Like how there's no in between. It's either complete dog shit or it's amazing.
What do you mean?
No, I said it was a meal. I didn't say it was dog shit. I said it was a meal.
Okay,
This
so you
is
were
in
being
between.
facetious. It's hard to tell.
Well, I mean, in comparison to Sabine's cooking, you know.
Anything under 10, complete garbage. It's doo-doo water. You'll make your party sick. Above a 10 to 15, it's a meal. 15 above, it's gourmet.
Squeeze.
Now we know.
So essentially a bland, sad stew to match Alaric's mood.
Correct. You're distracted as it is anyway. Maybe you let the meat cook too long. Maybe you forget to let it stew for too long or too little. You know, things like that.
So as you two keep watch, hunch over in your background is Alaric facing the heart.
You better have nothing on but an apron. It says kiss the cook.
That's not the case. He has a torn shirt instead.
Is there anything you guys would like to talk about during your 2-hour watch?
I don't have anything particularly pertinent on my mind. You, Yuria?
Not really.
Yuria.
Oh, we're on the front porch, I'm assuming, right, to keep watch.
I imagine, yeah.
Sitting there like in whatever disheveled rocking chair there is.
It's on the lawn again.
It's like the worst Cracker Barrel.
Okay. Well, if there's nothing to discuss,
And it's time to wake up some people.
indeed, your 2 hours go by with no issue whatsoever. It is completely uneventful. The road is, in fact, dead, devoid of life. There is only the sort of trickle, the sound of rain that really gives you any sound or idea of what's out there. And this continues.
I imagine, yeah, it's dark. It's rural dark.
Yes, it's rural dark. There is the only light you see is in the distance in one of the watchtowers.
Oh boy.
So it's
All right.
it is like advanced darkness.
Shame we're on, I can't see.
It's a real shame.
Mhm.
Absolute
Mhm.
crying shame.
Mhm.
Well,
I guess after those two, it's just gonna.
how long does it take Alric to make the meal?
30 minutes.
Great. So he gets about an hour and 30 minutes of sleep before Yuri is kicking him to wake up.
He kind of startles awake, he always does, and looks to Juria with frowning eyes. Doesn't say anything.
Yuri shrugs. Kellen's injured and Cyril always takes last watch, so...
I have to take the watch.
Mm-hmm. Up to it, soldier boy.
He reaches up and flattens a palm to his face, squishing his eyes and his nose and stuff. Were you saying something, Morana?
Oh, should I wake Kellen or?
What? No. No,
Oh,
no, it's... It's fine. Just give me a moment. He sort of strains as he pulls up his limbs, legs, arms and all to lurch himself up to his feet. Eventually he
alright.
takes his hammer and with it, as though it were a walking stick, pads on over to the entrance.
Okay. Allowing Marana and Yuria to get to their rest. Alaric will be taking the watch by himself.
Spooky. And that's the last we saw of him.
Alaric Crovane. Roll for me a perception check if you'd be as kind.
He would have got himself a bowl of stew, by the way, to sort of spoon through.
Absolutely.
Perception.
15. Give me just a moment. It's in this moment, this darkness that lingers overhead. As the rain continues to fall, again, the only semblance of noise here being your own breathing, the breathing of your companions, and the rain around you. That distant light in the watchtower is still present, but leagues away. It is nothing but darkness. It's in this moment that you're watching that just at the edge of your vision, you would see something skitter across the road.
At this point, Alaric's more or less awake, kept in check by the constant tip-tapping of the rain. And once he sees this passing silhouette at his periphery, he would stand up quickly and more bodily face the blur of movement to try and make it out in the dark.
Using that perception roll to try and peer at the thing it moved too quickly. Already on the other side of the road now. Gone from sight.
Was it? How large? What kind of silhouette did it give off before it went out of view?
Small. Roughly in the darkness like this, a child.
And the sound of its movement didn't reach him due to the rain, probably.
Indeed.
Imagine Alaric is sort of standing out on the porch, yeah?
Yes.
I think he'd do a bit of a march on over to the edge that faces the road and look around the loop of the house to check that area.
Sure. Go ahead and roll me an investigation check. It's in this moment that you're beginning to peer around the home, that you're beginning to inspect, sort of navigating around the corners and the pen itself, that you would notice that there are footprints fresh in the mud that trail from within the pen out to the road.
That's where the horses are, right?
This area.
Okay.
So you would find zoom in a little bit closer on the house. You would have found the tracks around here, having led from within this area out into the road.
Oh. What about the rat bodies? Are still there?
You can't see them from here. You want to go try and find them?
He's gonna go into the house, actually. And he's going to... Fuck.
You could wake up your companions and interrupt their long rests, thus prolonging it. Or you could investigate by yourself. After all, you're a big, beefy lad.
That's
What's
right.
The worst
so,
that could happen?
As a big, beefy lad, proud of himself, self-aware of his greatness and length and width and might, he'll go wake up Juria.
I see.
He will achieve revenge and head on in through her ankle and reach in and give her a good old tough love jank.
You see, still in the throes of a deep sleep, she jerks back, sort of trying to resist it by rolling over.
Okay, Alaric is going to step over and to the side of the bedroll, essentially setting his foot inches from her face, and he will lean down and take her by the shoulders, if possible, and give her a good old little Alaric shake.
There's that building groaning into awakening as she is jostled.
Wake up.
If this is only because I woke you, I'm going to kill you.
No. Quiet. Don't wake the others. I saw something outside. Some footstep sprints coming out of here and out. I didn't see them at first when they were inside the pen, but I saw them on their way out. Something happened in the barn. Tied to the rats, and I don't want to check alone. Wait, repeat
Here.
myself.
See her pinch the bridge of her nose, sort of rubbing at her temple as she sort of eyes peel awakeness. All right. Slapping on the helm, she rises to her feet, pulling the cloak over her, which she was using as a blanket before. She nods to him. Lead the way, she grumbles, still groggy.
Right. He cautiously takes a verdict from the door frame. He had it leaning against it. And he'll lead on out towards the last known location of the rat corpses. Wading through the rain
Indeed.
like they're tall grass.
Each step, that squelch of mud, as you get closer and closer to the barn. And upon realization, upon being within about 30 feet, you would see what appears to be a disheveled mess. Mud had been pushed aside. Hay has been sort of strewn about. There is this faint trail of blood that is sort of pooled in various locations, having mixed and coagulated with the mud. But all of the rat corpses are gone.
Where are the horses respective to our location, DM?
Stepping inside the barn, they're currently asleep.
Completely fine?
Indeed.
Does the door seem messed with at all?
No, there is no door.
Right, there's no sort of way to pen them in, no fencing gate, nothing like
the
that.
fence in area that you're in. This is the barn.
Yeah.
Right here.
Right here, yeah.
This open area is the fence. There's no
Okay.
doors to the barn.
And no walls either?
There's walls.
Yeah, so it's closed off on the inside.
Yeah.
Okay, so and the way in, there's no fencing gate, nothing like that. It's
Just
open. And the horses' pens, do they have their own little...
Each individual
door?
stall.
Okay.
Yuri, upon seeing no corpses, glares at Alric. If what I had for dinner was rat,
It was not. Someone came through here. Why? Why go through the trouble, the danger of recovering them?
I don't know, DM, would I have any reason to suspect why someone would want rat corpses? Oversized and diseased as they are?
Arcana or history?
What I like to hear, maybe. They're both the same. So history. History betrayed.
There are old wives' tales told on the old road that even fetid corpses, fresh or new, old and decomposing, all things eventually end up in a hag's cauldron. It's the only thing that would make sense.
Would that align with the disappearing kids? Would Yuria be able to draw that connection?
High or low?
Let's go high.
There is a story on the old road. A famous hag. She goes by many names, but the most common reference to her is Grandma. The way that the hag, or the way the stories go, is the presentation of a loving and doting grandmother. A caring old woman who, seeing hunters, seeing shades or what have you, will always offer them succor Offer them comfort from the old road, from the moors, the marshes. And who better than children? Or at least, that's who Grandma favors.
As Yuri recalls this story, sort of the gears starting to turn as she becomes fully alert, fully awake, sort of recalling this almost fever story in the sort of lucid night. She goes very quiet, very still, staring at where the corpses were. Helm hiding the blank stare. Then she looks to Alric. Oh dear. Alric, do your people have a local folk tale about hags and the like?
Do we, DM?
In Karim?
I mean, hence why I ask, because Karim is very different to
Very
Tiras,
different.
So
Your
would have heard,
version is like... Your version of hags is like the equivalent of the boogeyman. Baba Yaga.
That's right.
It's very tribal.
Is that how I'd be called? Baba Yaga?
No. You can come up with your own term for it. You're
Your
very
own name?
creative.
Oh my god, you're putting me on the spot.
You're welcome. You deserve it.
How about a hex? It doesn't sound Nordic enough. Volva. Wait, that'd be just a direct translation, honestly. I fucking hate you.
Hey, remember when you were like, surnames, please? Hey, tables. How the tables have turned.
You don't have to give it now. You're fine.
How about Volur, which means sorceresses, or actually not sorceress. It's not plural. It's sorcerers. Sorceress. Sorry.
Sure.
English. But it has a negative connotation. So Volur.
So like which?
All right. It takes Alaric a moment to infer the meaning of hag and the context that Yuri is trying to give it. He takes back a dragon step and leaves a trail of his foot and its line across the ground, taken into more than one type of back foot, physical and thoughtful both. He furrows his brows and looks at the ground, and he too thinks of that silhouette, the corner of his eye, shaped in the likeness and vesture of a child. Before he says the name, he mouths it out, thinking it to himself before he repeats it more audibly. Volur. Old women. They see future through entrails. They knock bones to hear the dead speak. That is what we have in Karim. I'm not sure if they're even real.
They are real in Shademore, simply termed hags. It is known that all bodies abandoned, left in the woods, not claimed by man or beast, end up in their cauldron.
They do?
Some still walking when they arrive. Some very young.
That makes sense.
Some have their own names, these hags, in their infamy. grandmother being one of the more infamous.
Grandmother.
Mm.
Very rough,
Yes.
lost children.
Willing to provide aid to all who enter her door. But she especially loves the lost little ones. Those whose parents were killed along the old road, wandering, crying. They never make it to Shadewell. They make it to her instead.
He nods. He's a very grim, knowing nod, and showing an idea, a contemplation in his expression. Alaric first decides to just nod towards the house. Let's get out of this rain. Need to tell you something.
She quietly nods. No snark this time. Dead serious. And would follow him back into the house.
Once they reach the porch, step up the steps themselves, up on the wooden platform, he calmly sets the hammer against the door's frame, and groaning down, he settles on that stool once more, leaning back. What I saw, what alerted me at first before I went to get you, was this figure at the dead angle of my eye, moving, fast. A blur, really. But as I saw it fade into the night, it had the likeness of a child. Small. Oh, even the way it moved reminded me of one.
No other shadows then? Just the child alone? Or child shadow?
Child and the footsteps. Way I see it, you're probably right. It explained too much. Children being lost. Circumstances of the town. But Kellen is injured. Our friends are asleep. Cannot go wading in the night for answers. Can't.
Are there stories of people serving hags, or is the story strictly just they end up in the cauldron?
Oh, for Shademore, it is you end up in the cauldron.
That's what I thought. So there's no like, oh yes, grandma sends her children to go collect things.
At least no stories you've heard. But there might be some other people in your party who might have some stories about hags.
Like everyone.
Shudders in fourth wall.
Iria, sort of folding her arms under the cloak, that shuffle of the fabric. I've not heard of children serving grandmother before. Or anyone serving a hag. But perhaps there are stories out there. You say you have a name for them?
Wollier.
Wollier. He repeats, mouthing the word in her own accent. Wollier?
Do not speak it too loudly.
She nods.
Kind of leans back and takes his gaze away from Yuria, gazing off to the night. Would you do me a favor?
All right. Speak it.
It isn't that I am afraid. It is just I'd rather not watch alone.
See her sort of. She pulls the helmet off, rubs at her face.
Why don't you both roll me a perception check?
You know what? I don't feel like it. I'll just get that kid standing by the doorway to do it.
Hey, you! Funny enough, you both would see something standing in the road. Well, two different things standing in the road. Alaric, for a moment, it almost causes your eyes to glaze over. A strange sight. A Leonin looming in height. Their face fixated on you. This deep scowl present. And Yuria, you would see a younger man. Unkempt hair. Simple robes. A sort of moppy head, looking at you with a crooked smile. Sebastian. What are you both doing?
There's that sort of trepidation when she sees him, and immediately her eyes sort of peel around to look for Raynor, assuming just in that brief instant of seeing Sebastian that the archiness wouldn't be far behind.
There's this laugh. And then you would hear this chuckle from Sebastian as he sort of waves you over, that very insistent sort of gesture from a younger brother. Yuria, come here.
Alaric would see Yuria stiffen, and then like almost instinctively take a step on the porch and then hesitate.
Once she makes that step, that mere instant, don't.
As you sort of make the gesture, you'd see Druiskar's head crane to one side, that low rumble reverberating from his chest. You feel young again. Like you're in Rowfield. You would watch as he brings his hand up, snapping his finger to point at his side, as if commanding you to stand beside him. Like he had done in parades.
Alaric's crooked nose crunches, gets these deep grooves across it, and his upper lip recedes back, showing his upper row of teeth bared out and shown disdain and anger. You're dead, old man. He turns to Yuria, Do you see that lion, man?
Yuria, with the helmet off, you can see the pale face, even paler, jaw clenched, the unkempt hair ruffling around her as she was woken in the night. She doesn't speak, but only ever so slightly shakes her head. You can see almost like the edges of her eyes starting to water as she glares directly into Sebastian's eyes.
As I figured. Go ahead.
I see my brother.
Come on. Come watch Giblets do a trick.
Again, on instinct, she looks down by his feet, waiting, expecting to see that chicken.
As if you expected it to be there. It's there. Wandering idly around his feet, pecking at the stonework.
Yuria, when we were in Reynolds' home, something happened. Something that I didn't tell you. I saw my mentor. We fought. Killed him. But as I opened my eyes and I snapped awake, Reynolds entered. He told me that I was fighting myself. That it was just me, that he wasn't real.
But Sebastian isn't dead, Alaric. He's lost.
He's lost. Not here. Think about it. It's a curse, some kind of manipulation.
It's then that you both watch Driasgard take a step towards you. And then
We
another.
both see him?
Yeah. And then another. Barreling down upon Alaric. This scolding finger brought upwards. You hear that voice. His voice. That reverberation when he talks. I called you, boy. You will listen.
That catches Yuri's attention. The longing turns to instant anger and annoyance as this Leonin shouts at Alaric.
Alaric's frown twists into a grimace, and then it evolves into a glare. And he slowly, very slowly stands up with this icy, glowering look. And he just stares, unheeding his call.
It's then about as he's getting within 5-10 feet of you. It's then that you would hear somebody clear their throat. Suddenly, the light of a lantern reflected across you, sort of forcing your eyes to squint. That sudden appearance of light now dwarfing any ability to see beyond. The two are no longer there. And you would see a militiaman, clad in simple chainmail. Are you both all right? You just been staring. You didn't hear me when I was asking for you.
The voice, it takes Alaric away from the darkness, from this tunnel of vision he had begun to create over Drioskar, unaware of it altogether. He reorients himself towards the daylight, towards the guardsman and the lantern light, and the world as it existed before he went into this trance. Takes a moment of recognition and then... Sorry, it's the rain and the hardwood. It's rather loud. He then looks to the side to make sure Yuria is there.
Yuria. Just a little ahead of Alaric after that first step. Eyes blinking as the light blinds her for a moment. You can see her fingers clutched around the blade. That slight, like ever so slightly drawn and ready to strike what was once Dreskar, or Drieskar. Upon seeing the militia, she relaxes, sort of forcing her fingers to pry away from the handle of the thing as it returns to its sheath. She says nothing, but only swallows and shakily gives a nod of her head.
All right. Sorry to interrupt. I just saw you stare and I thought you needed something. But when you didn't answer, I thought you were trying to be funny.
This militia, do we recognize him as one of the sheriff's men?
Yeah, one of the constable's men.
He nods and sort of steps closer and over to the edge, and he, with one motioning hand, sort of implies that he should come over closer under the rooftop so he doesn't get pelted by rain.
I'm just doing my patrols. The Eldrick asked that we make sure that nothing happens to you all while you're resting. So, he has us pulling watch.
Right. Well, if you'll not come by, something happened while we were asleep. Some kind of... perhaps a child, a teenager, who knows. We fought some big rats over by the barn where the horses were. Nearly killed one of our friends. And some hours later, as everybody had sort of prepared to sleep, this child came into the night, took the corpses, and ran off with them.
He sort of pauses for a moment, then begins to step in, now making himself in, where he sort of shines the lantern, sort of looking past the both of you to look into the house to see the rest of you asleep. Then looks back. All right. You would watch as he sort of sets the lantern down onto the ground, reaches into a satchel, and then begins to produce this small book, sort of flipping a number of the pages back before sort of producing this small charcoal stick and begins scrawling onto it. Okay. When did you see it? The rats.
Alaric sort of hand gestures as he speaks. Right. It was just before we were preparing ourselves to sleep. About, 3 hours and a half ago? He looks off to Jura.
You said they almost killed one of your friends.
Kellen inside. She'll tell you the rest. Let me get you some stew. Yes, he's alright. Barely. But he's alright.
Even though Alaric says she'll tell him the rest, Yuri is just sort of staring like...
Do I need to get the wisdom?
Yuri has like a 1,000-yard stare where she's clearly not paying attention, still recoiling from seeing Sebastian after so long.
The guardsman sort of watches you for a moment and sort of leans his head into your vision. Miss?
She shakes to attention. What? Oh.
Is there somebody else you'd rather I talk to? I don't want to wake up any of your friends.
No. You see, you're trying to recall the fragments of the conversation. What was your question?
Your friend who's hurt. Do I need to go get the wisdom?
Oh.
How bad is it?
He's healing. One of our own was able to take care of him.
Okay. And how big were these rats?
About as large as a hound.
Is browsing it together? Are you sure you weren't fighting hounds?
They were very rat-like. Just the size of them.
Is it that one there? He gestures to Kellen with like the bandages, I assume, over him.
She gives a confirming nod. He's resting.
Is it alright if you wake him? I just have a couple questions.
At this point, Alaric is putting him a bowl of stew, by the way, in the background, sort of reheating it for him, all that.
Sure. What was your name again?
Consulting my notes, hold on.
Making it up, hold on.
It's a lot easier to make it up. It's harder when you have names.
Should have just made it up, man. Just make it up.
Lawrence. No surname.
I'm here. Did I hear somebody say my name?
Nope, the guard introducing himself.
Sorry, it's kind of fast now.
It's alright.
Alright. He hesitates and then wanders over to Kellen's, wherever Kellen happened to be sleeping. Gently, she would sort of try to nudge him awake.
He wakes up easy, but he's just kind of bleary-eyed again. He's like, is it my turn for watch?
No, a man by the name of Lawrence has come, one of the militiamen. He wants answers to recent events regarding the rat attack.
No.
Apologies, I know you're sleeping. If the rats are that big, if they're the one that they attacked, I'd like to know what they look like.
Other than just being very large rats, really jagged like teeth, almost like you would see in a dog, but they were about this big. And he kind of like measures it out with his hand to the appropriate size.
You can see him writing into this like notepad that he has, sort of giving a nod. I assume when you killed them, anything come out?
Come out of the rats?
We had a report on the ferry. One of the workers basically caught a rat, gripped it too hard, and when it died, it was like a black sludge came out. Wasn't blood.
I don't know. When he killed the two that he killed, did anything nasty come out?
Organs and the like, but
No black sludge.
very hard to see with your lack of dark vision.
Ugh.
And even with everybody's dark vision, everything's in gray. So
I couldn't really tell. I was able to kill two before they just swarmed me.
you said they were the size of dogs.
Small dogs.
That's the same on the ferry.
And they're also diseased of some kind.
How could you tell?
Well, you pick up some things when you spend most of your time in the wilderness. But they were not normal rats. They were afflicted with something. I would have tried to investigate further, but unfortunately I was dying.
It's all right. Just
Yeah.
as long as you're okay.
We might be able to check for... There might still be streaks of this black stuff in the dirt. In the mud, I mean, where they died. The bodies are gone, but
Where did they die?
just in front of the farm. Or the barn.
He nods, sort of closing the notebook and then going back out to grab his lantern. Is it
On the
all
way
right
out-
if one of you join me?
On the way out, Alaric would ambush him with the stew.
It's going to be pretty hard to draw my sword and hold a bowl of stew and a lantern,
Oh.
I'm afraid.
You could sit down, eat it, and then go.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion roll.
All right.
I guess a
Well, you
bowl of
asked.
stew hasn't hurt anybody before.
They say a full stomach is a good thing.
He sets the lantern back down outside.
Oh, wow.
And then sort of grabs a seat and begins eating.
There, sit down. Take a load of. Tiras will be there tomorrow.
Yuria kind of frowns. The black sludge might not be, though. It's raining. Can't you eat that when we get back?
Think it'll make a difference?
It's raining.
Look, she's. He's sort of like looking back and forth between both of you.
Alaric's palms come up, sort of, in a sense, symbolically stepping out of the argument. Fine, Yuri, if you want to take a man's meal, send him off to work to the mines, that's up to you. I gave him the food. Wash my hands.
I appreciate it. I just want to make sure that it's still there. And he almost reluctantly put down the bowl and then pluck up his lantern again and then gesture for Yuria to lead.
He gives sort of a preparatory huff, slaps the helmet back on, and walks out.
A quick walk through the pen leads you to the entrance of the barn where he, having brought a lantern, brought the light, would sort of begin investigating, and you would watch as he's very cautious of where he's stepping. Not stepping fully into the barn yet, not, unaware if there's still potentially a threat or another swarm of rats. But he would pause for a moment. Yeah. Just the same. He gestured to one of the pools that was left over, now sort of slick with the mud, but there's like these streaks of black, almost like oil, on the surface of the mud. Just like on the ferry.
Yuria purses her lips, murmuring to herself, I don't remember black sludge in the stories.
If he heard it, he doesn't show that he did. Sort of, you would watch as he pulls out the small notebook again and begins writing it down. Was anybody else bitten?
I don't think so, but I arrived after the fact.
Well, be thankful your friend didn't suffer. The crewman who killed the rat got bit on his hand. He had to have it removed.
She grimaces and nods. Kellen's a tough one.
I can tell.
Not that tough.
I'll make sure that I give this information to the constable. He'll want to know. You?
Any theories?
Too many to count. The biggest concern is if this is tied with all the other things going on here. Missing children, stock going missing, people going missing, and now infested rats.
See your nod. You mind if I add one more theory?
Wouldn't hurt.
Have you ever heard of a hag?
Sort of raises a brow for a moment, pondering. No, can't say I do.
They have a habit of collecting corpses for their cauldrons.
And you think a hag did this?
I think a hag might be the one collecting your children. This might be a hag, but she pauses. I don't remember there being anything about black sludge.
Well, if nothing else, we know that the rats are infected. I'll talk to the constable, see if there hasn't been any other reports from the other side of the ferry. So far, it just seems like everything's on our side. Joy for us.
Really? She perks up at that. You're saying the other side of the ferry's unaffected?
There haven't been any reports. No missing children. No infested rats. No missing supplies. No crime. If it wasn't for Theodric, I'd be over there on that side.
Do you trust the people on the other side to be making accurate reports?
I mean, there's no reason for them to not to. They're part of the ferry.
Corruption, taking bits of their own, the usual thing that men want to do when they are desperate.
I mean, the mayor's... He likes pinching his coins, but I wouldn't call him corrupt.
Just wondering. So the mayor lives on the other side of the ferry, then?
Yeah. I think he just got his manor rebuilt.
Really?
Can't miss it when you're crossing the ferry. It's the highest building over there.
Ferry business doing that well, is it?
We got a lot of trade, but I don't know. I'm stuck over here. Closing the notebook, he pushes himself up to stand. I'm gonna go finish that bowl of stew and then go back to my route, if that's all right.
Of course. I'm not your superior.
No, but you are deputies.
Oh?
You didn't know?
We've had a lot to discuss.
With that, he turns, begins making his way back to the house.
She also returns to the house.
Alaric, seated at the porch.
With that, Lawrence scoops up the bowl, very hurriedly consumed the rest of the stew, setting it down. Thanks. I'll make sure to go tell Theodric and get my replacement for the watch.
Thank you.
I wouldn't recommend keeping your watches alone. Men disappear that way.
That is incredibly ominous. Thank you.
But she has a point.
Well, we don't have that manpower. We're split enough as it is, and
Then
the
why-
remaining militiamen aren't loyal.
Keep
So-
your watch with us then. Stay here.
Alaric, I think he has a patrol.
Correct.
Hmm.
Here, the main road, and the nearby forest. Make sure nobody's skulking about.
Fair enough. Keep an eye out. Be careful.
He gives a nod, lifting the lantern and begins making his way back out to the road. That light now beginning to fade the further it goes.
As it departs, Yuria turns to Alaric. Did you know what Depute is?
Did I know we were... heard something of the sort. Mostly attributed to Siluril. Didn't put much thought on it. Why?
It's just sort of funny. Considering where we started.
Yeah, I believe I see the irony. So, what do you think about my proposition?
Your proposition.
Yes?
Remind me of it.
Oh, from my... of course. Well, just like you said, best not to keep watch alone, right?
You want me to keep watch still?
If you'd like, right? If it's something you'd like to do, I wouldn't say no. I am not afraid. Just trying to be
No.
cautious.
No, you're right. Men die alone. Fine. But I'm sleeping on the cot, and if any of you wake me... anything less than a rock appearing again. She kind of leaves the threat sort of hanging empty as she takes a seat.
I will cry.
I will cry. Literally, it's like either she's going to kill someone or just weep.
Perfect. Thankfully, the rest of your watch is completely uneventful. You would see that eventually, sometime later, another of the militiamen, the more well-dressed or more uniform of Theodric's, sort of giving you a nod as he passes by.
Alec waves back.
So, Yuri, you definitely will have to sleep in to get your long rest.
Mm-hmm.
But with that, who's waking up Siluro?
Oh no, that is the question, isn't it?
Well, I believe it is about time. Time to wake up my aunt.
Your aunt.
Right. Flip you a coin for it. He
She
grins.
rolls her eye.
Come on, 50-50. Lady Luck.
Your relative.
What?
I said, it's your relative.
So?
So it's funny if she stabs you.
Really? Really? You could share a bit of the burden with me.
Share a bit of the... I've been up all night. What do you mean?
So this is how I repay you the favor?
No, I feel like you should have an idea of how to wake her at this point.
Yes, I go stiff, and I grimace, and I prepare for the worst.
By the gods. She looks behind her and telepathically speaks into Cyllerul's head. Although, this time, it would not be the brash sort of rough insertion of words, but this careful tie between minds. And Cyllerul would feel sort of an outward presence in whatever dream she was having. Yuri's voice echoing in her head. Yuri, Cyllerul, it's your turn. Wake up.
Can telepathy wake somebody up?
I mean, you're getting a voice in your head. Potentially. It is like an intrusive thought. So you're I mean, you're not even really asleep. You're more so in a trance, right? So you're still conscious of the world. Your brain still has a function.
Okay.
The puzzle.
Silver would wake as she normally does.
Who's she sleeping next to?
She's actually next to the door.
Oh, okay.
Rested up
She's right there.
against the door. She will thrust forward. Realize that there was no one actually talking to her. She will turn to look at Yuria.
You see a Yuria sitting with the helmet in hand, with weariness in her eyes.
She looks rather upset and startled.
Yuria shrugs, speaking out loud this time. Apologies, but people seem to hesitate when it comes to waking.
You don't have to touch me to wake me. Stay out of my head while I am asleep. She will gruffly get up. And go outside.
Perfect. Making your way outside, allowing Alaric and Yuria to finally return to sleep. Yuria, especially, who looks incredibly haggard.
If only Sherwood cared.
Go ahead and roll me your perception check, Zillow.
She will rest up outside with her probably whetstone and weapons, tending to them.
Perfect. Which one is she sharpening first?
She's been using. Sorry, Sora was kidding. She's been using the flail the most, but as duty calls for her mostly, she would sharpen the Zweihander first before tending to the weird flail that she has.
Perfect.
Probably might grow a little now that she's actually used it a couple times. Would probably inspect it maybe a little closer. Having experience with weapons that have been touched by dragons.
Sure. Go ahead and roll
Wonder
me.
what the fuck this weird thing is.
Do you have Arcana?
Oh, no.
Perfect. Go ahead and roll me an Arcana. And then
No, she does not.
let's go ahead. Let's take a 20-minute break.
This mace is definitely a mace.
When we come back, we will pick up with what you figure out about your flail, if anything at all.
Yeehaw.
It's amazing.
Because I need a drink.
Do you? Do you need a smoke after those rats completely fucked Callan?
That was not the intention.
Yeah.
Rather enjoyed that, actually.
It was incredibly unfortunate rolls is what happened.
Why do you smiling when you say that?
You say
Because you
rat
rolled
fucked
an
it.
11 and a
Holy
9 and
fuck.
then an 8 and then 11.
Yeah. What those rats roll? Let's hear it. How many crit?
Let's see.
You got crit twice, my man.
Yeah, it's a little ridiculous.
Let's see.
The action economy
we
is
got
in shambles.
a 19, a 23. We got a natural 20, natural 20. We got a 16, a 20. We got a 21, a 16. We got a 9.
Holy
9 was the
fuck.
lowest it rolled, and it was the first bite.
Oh my
Everything after that
God.
was a hit.
Brother, you found... These rats have been to war, brother. These rats have feasted on kings.
Apparently.
Holy fuck.
And it goes to show me again that no matter what I prepare, no matter what the boss is, CR 1 and lower is more capable of defeating the party than, I don't know, a Nightmare Manticore. Or
Because
Samuel
there's-
Hain.
Because there's 4 rats in one hang. That's the problem right there. The action economy is truly master of us
Okay.
all.
But like Hayne had support.
True, but we had a guy with fireball, to be fair.
Did he ever actually use fireball?
He did.
Yeah, he did.
Okay.
Hain
That's
was,
how I know he had
Hain was
fireball.
immune. Hain was immune to fire.
Hello, Jujubee. What are you doing?
I did have Summer roll for the rat's attacks, yes. Somersault was kind enough to come
That would
in
explain that.
and roll the dice for me.
Oh my god. She's got dice that's been blessed by fucking God's asshole, dude.
Thank you, Summer. Big props wherever you're at.
2 thumbs up. You're the rat king.
What am I feeding those rats? You want to know what I'm feeding those rats? The rats are a CR 8th. They have no adjusted modifiers or anything like that. They have 7 hit points. The most lethal thing about them is that they get pack tactics.
It was enough.
They have a +4 to hit, dealing 1d4 plus 2 damage. And when you're rolling at advantage, you're pretty much guaranteeing yourself to hit. And because there were 4 rats, that's 4 chances at pack tactics, proccing natural 20s. And even just then, a 1d4 plus 2 is a minimum damage of 3, maximum damage of 7. And then on a crit, boo. It's the same thing with the snake, where the snake was like, hi, I'm just a guy. You want to die? And then proceeds to do 1 billion points of damage with a crit and poison damage.
I can't believe the most deadliest thing we found so far are just large animals.
Pests. You've
Literally. Holy fuck. Rock, 0 damage. Rats, all damage. Killed basilisks, and yet large rat.
Yeah, you guys don't go unconscious against the big threats.
No.
You go unconscious against pests and rodents.
and common Home Depot supply tools. We fear mediocrity. The
It's so
common man.
small.
It's because we're
Rips your
nobles.
leg apart.
It's because we're nobles, right? Like the people's weapons. That's what gets us.
Oh no, the proletariat.
Kellen,
No.
Kellen, what is your preferred hated enemy for your hunter?
It's gonna be beasts after this.
Yeah, I'm gonna change that to rats. Apparently,
It's
it's currently under. I believe you said because
Monstrosities.
Morlings fall under monstrosities. Luckily, so do a lot of things, but
Correct. A lot of things fall under monstrosity because it's like a blanket term.
because I was first gonna go with humanoids, and you're like, well, Morlings fall under monstrosities, not humanoids. So then I changed it to more monstrosities. So. Aren't you getting a drink, dum dum?
Some people had questions. So Kellen is CTF Blake.
Apparently.
It'd have made it better if he had action surge and then missed. That would have really made him Blake.
Honestly, no kidding.
I return. So, how is everybody on this fine Friday? Oh god, I'm by myself. Chat is dead and the party is dead.
I'm here. My head just hurt.
What's up?
You're still feeling pretty bad, Sabine?
Oh no, I'll be fine here in a couple minutes. Like the Topamax is working.
Nice. Okay. Doing pretty good. Good, Tatsuya. That's good to hear. I'm feeling great. I get to play D&D, so I'm pretty excited. Are your D&D campaigns on hiatus until September? I'm sorry to hear that, Mystic. Just scheduling conflicts or put on pause until your dungeon master can catch up. You're tired, Jablaine? Well, you should take a rest. Listen to the dulcet tones of our lovely players and lull yourself to sleep. Also, thank you very much for the resub for 6 months. I appreciate that. That's very kind of you. Doing good, King? Nice. I'm glad to hear it. Is it Gastavori? Savori? Savori? Was lurking? Now I'm listening? It's all right, Chris. I get to play D&D tomorrow, so my friends are over COVID now. Sick. That's good to hear, Tatsuya.
Actually, not sick.
Contagious. Nice.
Contained! Oh, they're okay.
Kellen was at full health. Which made it, again, it's very much the situation with the snakes, where Alec was at full health and then got brought down to within an inch of his life. DM is moving to Florida to complete his drone piloting license, and I'll be going back to college soon. Well, I mean, those are all for good things, right? If it was like, oh, we just couldn't meet up, but you guys are, your life is moving forward. D&D can wait. It'll always be there. Aside from doing a lot of... Welcome back. It's nice to end the day watching your stream. I'm glad to hear that, gaming. Gaston. You got it, Gaston.
Gassed off.
You're about to buy Rime of the Frost Maiden. Do you recommend? I heard it's pretty good. Rime of the Frost Maiden. God, what was the other? There are a couple other modules that are like a lot of people recommend and they run pretty frequently. Rime of the Frost Maiden is usually the one I hear about. It has some pretty good, like, bad guys in it.
Storm King's Thunder is another one I hear about.
Yeah, I definitely hear people recommend Storm Kings over, I don't know, Lost Mines of Phandelver.
Well, and certainly over Tyranny of Dragons.
Because Lost Mines of Fandoodle will introduce you to TPKs. Session 1 or 2.
I don't know. I got pretty far in Phandelver with a couple of friends of mine.
Really? Every time I've tried Lost Mines of Phandelver, the DM always kills us in the goblin intro.
No, we did pretty okay.
You're currently running Tomb of Annihilation and love it. Nice.
Oh god.
TOA is a good one.
TOA is a good one if you have the right DM for it. I was running with someone who is not the right DM for me.
Yeah, if you have a dungeon master who wants you to ask a very precise question to get an answer, you're not going to have a good time with TOA. Because at least the start of TOA requires you to find the actual Tomb of Annihilation. So. And if you have a certain dungeon master that, I don't know, plays like an old school RPG, where if you don't hit the correct input, then you'll probably never find it.
Guys, in game, it took us like 3 to 4 months to find it. In-game time. By then, my character had died and I was no longer playing, but the people who still played told me that. We would have probably gotten there sooner, but the lawful evil wizard had somehow managed to convince us not to go to this one location, which could have given us an idea to where the plot was.
Nice.
Like the player themselves was like, I didn't expect you all to listen to my character. It's like, well,
We did.
when you made a good point and you were so dogged about it, yeah, we were like, oh, okay, well, fuck this place then.
One thing I heard about Rime of the Frostmane is the liberal use of torches in some of the fort castle places. Indeed. Among all the things I added, one thing that really stood in my players was a cult of death. Basically, a Furbolg leader thinks the death curse restores the natural cycle of life, though it doesn't know what happens to souls. Oh. And yes, Summer, you did bless me. Because 4 giant rats knocked out the ranger and critted against him twice.
It was so funny. I cried in tears because it was so sad. I'm sorry, Cal.
Their lowest roll was a 9. They hit every other attack against him.
Sometimes mostly critting.
It was absurd. So I appreciate that, Summer. Thank you for your blessing. Will we ever see the Goblin Party? Will we ever see the light rail adventure? Yeah. I have intentions of bringing it back. And Culinary and Prime will make a return. Because how could I not?
It's easy, you just don't.
Too bad.
Rat. We are the rat.
His legs were used as chew toys, correct? He was just stumps.
It was so it was more tragic than Yuria getting fucking petrified. Honestly, like that was shocking. This was just like watching like the fall of an empire. You know, he thinks he's fine. Like, oh, it's just rats, and then they slowly chip away until he's not but
the
dust.
action economy is in shambles. It's great because I've had this same exact scenario play out where my monster never hits. Like when they were fighting the little spritelings at the Elder U, not a single one of those things hit. They were just getting bodied, and they're basically rats is what they were. I was lurking while logged off and just logged in to say I had a blast running the Lost Mine of Fandelver till a few days ago. I mean, all the characters died eventually, but they almost made it through the entire adventure. Oh. Well, I mean, that's better than, you know, them dying in the goblin ambush, so. Was it at least cinematic? Was it dramatic? Did it feel like a good way to end the story? Because sometimes death is a good way to end the story. Not all the time. Not most of the time. But a few good times.
Imagine
Just,
if Kellen
you know,
died to rats. That would have been fucked.
Just don't go out like a chump. Them's the rules.
Just don't die.
Apparently, it's certain that dying to rats would have been going out like a chump.
Well, don't do that.
It would have been really tragic.
It would have been horrific, bro, for the party to be like, where's Kellen? And then go out and just find his skeleton.
Yeah, just 1 minute we're sweeping up, like doing like cleaning montage, and then next we just see Kellen Peter Griffin posed at the front of the barn with no legs.
It's
And
not
like,
chill.
What happened?
Running over like Mickey Mouse. What happened?
Yes. What? That was literally Morana.
like looks over, sees giant rats. Oh, time to get stabbing.
Yeah, you could have just, let Kellen like fail naturally. You didn't have to trade out your dice rolls with him, Marana. That was a load of fuck to give him your dice
Damn.
like that.
Damn.
Oof.
Yeah, Kellen, you can borrow my dice. Tee-hee.
I've heard of
Oh.
trader dice, but trader players, that's a new one.
Did you give me loaded dice? Nope.
Oh, goodbye.
They just hate me.
Movement.
Nope. In fact, they're unloaded.
90 feet of movement in the opposite direction.
Can't catch me.
Never going to catch me.
It made perfect sense story-wise. Sick. They're unloaded of all good luck. Is everybody back? Yep.
I
Aye, Captain.
Alaric?
Hey.
All right. Siluro.
That's me.
Upon inspecting your flail, the wrath that you hold, there's this comfort when holding it. Fills you with a chill.
Okay. Okay. Well, then she would sharpen it like anything else she wields.
Are you doing anything else in your watch?
Nope.
Oh, okay.
I mean, she sharpens her weapons. She would do the same as usual. How bright is the moon?
It's non-existent.
At all?
Correct.
What the fuck?
It is clouds and rain.
Goes like when it's used camping.
It's almost like bad shit's happening in the world.
God damn it, Oberon!
Please clarify which Oberon you're speaking to. Thank you.
We know. The wizard.
This will affect the trout population.
Yeah, I mean, she would probably... Is there any light that she's out here looking with? Or is it just...
You tell me. Did she bring a lantern or anything with her, or is she sitting in pitch black?
Well, she can see, but she might have brought a lantern.
That would be your source of light then. Otherwise, you would be viewing everything in dull grays and black.
Okay. And she would play with the fire. With Presty. Making a note to play with the shadow and whatnot.
As you draw your hand, even within proximity of the lantern, you feel just that sharpness of the heat. Despite it being a relatively small flame, almost feels like your hand was beginning to blister even just by being near it.
Hate that. What the? Okay. Then she would Presty away from the flame.
Putting it out, or
She'd probably get her hands away from it.
okay.
If it started to burn her, yeah, no, it's not like she's just gonna, oh, this is nice, for Onwin! She would most definitely take her hands away from it.
Would she have eaten any of the stew?
I'm sure. He likes Alaric's cooking when he does it finally.
Okay. She heated up.
Was it hot when she got it?
It'd have cooled by the time she got to it.
Probably with Presty, maybe warmed it.
Even having warmed it, even holding the bowl, taking that first bite, it is scalding hot. Again, on the verge of blistering your tongue or the inside of your mouth.
What the fuck? Okay. She would have Prestied it back to colder after having spat it?
Not just cold. You would want it freezing.
Oh. Okay. Okay, stew
Delicious.
slushies. Yay. Well, I can't make it freezing. I can cool it. But yeah, I would cool it as cold as I could, I guess.
Perfect.
Okay.
If you're not doing anything else on your watch, why don't you roll me your second perception check for the next 2 hours then? Perfect. Give me just a moment. Thankfully, as you're sitting here, eating your cold stew, finding some modicum of comfort in this rain, the chill that it brings. The last 2 hours of your watch are completely uneventful.
What the fuck?
You feel at ease in the cold. Like you belong here.
Alright, well, then that's it. She would make sure her armor and everything is checked. And as she is usually the last of the watch, she would begin preparations for the morning. Getting things tidied together. Like she would at camp, but they're in a house, so.
Indeed. Beginning to wake everybody up. Who would like to roll the D100 for the day?
We're in a safe place, right?
Who would like to roll the D100 for the day?
I will.
Let's see it. Okay. As you all are beginning to wake up. What's up?
Nothing.
As you all are beginning to wake up, there's this moment where there's a stillness, a calm that settles as the rain stops. Still gray partially overhead, but you can see where the clouds are beginning to pull apart. What are y'all doing?
Sleeping. Well past my bedtime.
Was it a successful long rest?
I don't know why it still says GM roll.
For the rest of you, yes. For Yuria will need to sleep in.
You see you're sprawled out, ugly sleeping, snoring. Limb hanging over her head.
Well, once Alaric wakes, refreshed, he stands upright, John's big, and looks around, seeing Juria sort of disheveled and sprawled out wildly on her bedroll. He'd tuck in whatever blanket she has over her, and then move on over to the stew, if there's any left. If so, he'd start heating it again.
Alaric, Marana, what are you all doing? Sorry, Kellen, Marana.
Yeah, probably just getting up, breaking camp, such as it is, and probably admittedly helping Kellen out with getting his stuff packed.
Yeah, I mean, making sure that he's not getting rat infections or whatever, but otherwise just getting ready to do the thing that they've agreed to do.
Celeral probably would have made herself for more stew. How much meal is that?
Is her stew visibly cold, not warm?
What?
You said she'd get more stew, right?
Yeah, I just repeat asking for more.
Oh, sorry. I didn't hear that. Weird. Yeah, I'm having issues with Foundry. Like, it keeps... I'm not sure if you guys have noticed, but I keep descene from the application, and when my browser freezes up, so do all sounds. And it just did it again. It just crashed me out. But, sorry, I digress. You want more? Here. Pass me the bowl.
She would hand the bowl. And this is after she's made sure, like, all of her things are together and stuff like that.
He gives her a sort of tired, waning smile as he accepts it and reaches over to the ladle. With it, he would stir all of the stew a bit in circular motions, getting all that fat mixed in. Then he'd plop 4 slurps of it in her bowl, nonchalantly. I verily just got it heated. Maybe let it heat up a bit more.
Is there enough for everyone to have some? This is quite a helping.
I'll add more, don't worry.
All right. If you say so. She would take the bowl and turn around, pressing it to be cold.
All right, I forgot. You can make it warmer with your finger thing.
It is possible, yes. Would you like it to be warmer.
Can
I
you
can
make
do that for you.
really all of the stew? You can make it warm?
How big is the pot?
Probably huge. It could fit at least 3 kids.
Where are you lugging this thing around?
Sorry, I just wanted to make a hag and kids joke. No, it's just a normal pod.
Little psychopath.
At least 3 children.
That's
Slap
how
pit.
hags measure their pods, by the child.
I can see it.
Yes. That shouldn't be an issue. It is what, almost a foot. I should be able to do all of it.
All of it. Really?
Mm.
What am I doing here cooking then?
Well, I can only get it so hot. The processes it takes for food to form certain things, indirect heat or stews and such. Mine is instant, so those types of things would not happen naturally.
But you could maybe cook a little bit faster if you use that.
Sure, but it is not really cooked, it is magically changed, if you will.
Could you at least make water boil faster? It is decided. You'll be my assistant then. Here on out.
No.
Why
that
not?
is not. I cannot make water boil.
But you can heat things, can't you?
Warm them, Alaric. Warm. Like
Still
this. And she rubs her hand on his arm.
Hey,
like
hey, hey. Alright.
to make his arm warm.
Slow down. You could make things warm up faster. Do the same with the water. And you be another pair of eyes for what I couldn't do like Savine did. It help?
Doesn't everybody roll me a perception check?
All right. You called it, but
Shut up.
hold on. I want to see what I can see in my dreams. You're pretty dull.
Nothing.
So dark in here.
As you all are getting ready, waking up, save for Yuria, you would notice Shane's still asleep.
Celeral would have tried to wake him. At that point.
He doesn't wake. In fact, as you look at him, his features are a little gaunt, a little sunken in. His chest is barely rising with every breath.
Offer this to you later. Alec. Do you know what is wrong with Shane? I cannot get him to rise.
Yeah, he likes his horses a little bit too much. It's rather strange, really.
Alec. I'm
Well,
talking about him.
he
Lying here.
He turns around away from the stew and he gives Shane a one over. What, he's not waking up?
She slaps her forehead. Yes, that is what I said.
Then go outside, get a pail, fill it with water. Dunk it on his face. He'll wake up.
He does not look good.
Are you saying he's sick? He looks sick?
Yes.
Alaric.
That is what I'm saying.
He releases the ladle, lets it flop into the pod, and fully gives Shane his attention. Noticing his sallow features, Oh. That's bad, right? Seems a little bit drained.
I would assume it's not good, that's for sure.
Well, I'm not a doctor. What, do you want me to shake him? See if he wakes up?
Be gentle.
That takes him a bit aback. Alaric, very much unlike himself, gently leans forward and sets a hand against Shane's forehead. Not the palm, but the back of it. Slightly curled, trying to feel his temperature.
He is incredibly warm. And you would feel how damp his skin is.
He's wet, he's humid, and he's really hot. Some kind of fever.
Oh no.
Oh. I remember last night that one of the guards, he said something about the wisdom. Some kind of healing woman.
Perhaps. I am no doctor or any of the sort. I could not give you input on that.
Right? Alaric frets for a moment, looking around, trying to think on what to do. Can't all go? Yuria still needs to sleep. But we have to take him there. How about you stay here? I pick him up. Take him to one of the guards. They can show me where this healer is. And once Yuri has had her sleep, you can come along.
Why do
Bring
I
everybody.
have to stay? She kind of looks at him.
Because you have to tell them where I went. Where Shane went. Fine, do you want to go?
Why not Mona or Callan?
Gonna look for each, respectively.
I mean, I figure we're all milling about the same cabin, more or less.
Mm-hmm.
You're both awake.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Murata's awake on time. She only had one watch. She's probably taking things in and out between the cart and
Sorrel's just finding an excuse not to be the one to stay behind with Yuria. We should both take him. They can come with Yuria when she wakes.
This is serious. I'll stay. You take him. I'll tell Yuria. We'll go find the witch, the wisdom.
She looks over to Morana and then to Kellen.
Rana's like literally walking in with empty hands to grab more stuff. I'm sorry, did somebody say witch?
Shane is sick. There is something wrong with him.
Oh. And I assume she looks over and sees much the same.
Gaunt features, pale complexion, sweat sort of resting on his brow and his forehead. Very shallow breathing. It does not look well.
Oh gods. Do we know anyone that can help him?
Alec knows of a wisdom here in this city.
Last night, one of the guardsmen brought it up. He was asking after Killen.
Perhaps we could take him there.
Well,
I think we'll have to.
Do you want us to go get her then? Or...
It might be best to actually do that What do you think, Alec? Moving him might be bad.
You believe so?
Most of any type of elements I have treated have been on a field where you do not want to move people. But I'm not sure this is the same.
Then I defer to your wisdom.
Then we should find the guardsmen and ask for the wisdom. Bring them here.
Agreed.
Marana kind of looks to Alaric.
You want me to go? All right. Anybody else want to come with me?
Sure, why not?
Are you okay to travel?
I'm fine. My pride is hurt more than the rest of me at this point.
Let us hope your pride is not as fragile as your legs. She tries to smile, looking at his bandaged legs.
I don't know. Perhaps it's more fragile than those. Time will tell. But I guess we are to get the medicine woman.
Yes. Hopefully we can get here in time. This does not look particularly good.
Alaric and Kellen are leaving to go find the wisdom.
So it seems.
Yep.
Okay. Splitting apart from the party, leaving Siluril, Yuria, and Marana with Shane. Alaric and Kellen, you begin to make your way up the road, back to the town square. Where are you going specifically?
Hopefully we're going to wave down some kind of guard along the way, get their attention.
Any of the constables or whatever they're called around?
Any of the guardsmen? Roll me
Yeah,
some
the good
perception
ones.
checks.
Perception?
Yes. $17? Looking around? There, in fact, what you would notice is that there is a lack of guardsmen.
I hate this place. We should have left.
Any citizens?
There are people milling about. Some currently tending to their small farms, their fields. But any of those guardsmen, none are walking about currently.
Any kindly looking ones?
Kindly looking what?
Citizens.
That's subjective, brother.
Yeah. Like at a glance. Any
What does Alaric view as kindly?
unarmed, not wearing armor, seeming just like, a commoner.
Every person you'd have walked past who is tending to their small little farm or outside cleaning up the front of their yard.
Okay.
But none of them greet you with a smile. That's what you mean.
He'd greet them with a smile. At least the first one he sees.
You would
Try
see
to
an
get their attention.
older man wearing sort of bare shoulders, wearing just coveralls and boots. And he is currently with his hoe in hand, just sort of carving into the ground. And as you approach, he looks at you for a moment, then turns his attention back to his work.
Even as he turns away, Alaric maintains a smile, although it's slightly crooked, kind of awkward. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
I am sorry if I am interrupting something, but
You're interrupting
Could you-
work.
Right. A friend of mine, Shane, he lives here. Do you know him?
You would watch as the sort of burying the hoe into the ground, tilting it upward to rest his arm on top of it, sort of using that hand to lift the hat that he's wearing off so he can wipe at his brow. I know him. He's not my friend, but I know him.
Well, he's sick. We're trying to find where the wisdom is. Take him to her. Or him.
His brows sort of knit together. Yeah, you're not from around here. It's a her. The wisdom is always a woman.
Well, but where is she?
He thumbs towards the center of town. Usually she's just about everywhere. I don't know where she lives.
Does she have some kind of stall where she sells goods? Anything like that?
Well, usually the constable goes and gets her.
Oh, don't tell me she lives across the canal.
I don't think so.
Right. Well, thank you.
You're welcome.
He smiles and gives his best representation of an earnest nod and looks to Kellen for a moment.
I suppose you know her name.
Yeah. Miss Ledane.
Miss Ledane. All right, thank you very much. We will try to find her.
Good luck. Already turning back to go to his work.
Good luck.
Where are you all going?
Guess towards the center of town.
Okay.
Try to find somebody, anybody, something.
Making your way to the town square, you would see that there are a number of people currently working. A number of dockhands, sort of ferrymen who are in the process of beginning to load supplies up onto a platform ready for the ferry to return. But again, none of the militiamen, or none of the guardsmen specifically. Do you remember what building the constable was in?
It's been 2 weeks, man. I don't. But I'm sure Kellen would know which building it was since he went there with Alaric and Silrel, so I will just go with that.
You would hear talking, loud talking already, from inside the constabulary as you approach. And upon entering, you would notice that all of Theodric's men, including Theodric, are here. Currently grilling an individual who is behind bars.
Is there an opportunity to get any one of them's attention?
They didn't even notice you entering. But you would see, as you enter, Theodric currently sort of leaned back against one of the tables, arms crossed over his chest, talking to a shorter individual. Ashilde, if you'd be as kind as to describe what your character looks like.
Ashila Iron Hands, you're looking at a dwarf standing about 4'6" high, ranging about a little over 140 pounds. She has an auburn red hair, glasses that she pushes up as she's speaking to them, almost irritated by the questions they're asking. She usually keeps her hair in a tight braid that is wrapped up into a bun on her head. She's wearing pretty much what would be described as a leather dress with embroideries, but the sleeves only go halfway down her arm, and from her elbow down to her fingertips and even on the palms of her hand, her arms are tattooed with various runic symbols. I'm going to assume that they've taken her bracelets off of her.
Correct.
Okay.
They are currently in the process of like investigating your gear. They have your things in front of you, sort of showing you to them and asking you what each purpose of this, like each item is.
They're so I can cast, just like that book there. You see the paper book, which all of your names I will be saying will be going in there, and I'm going to need your names in triplicate, please. Because if this isn't deserving of a grudge, I do not know what is. I am here to do research, nothing more, nothing less, and you're bothering me. I didn't do anything. I literally stepped off the boat and cleaned off my robes, and you throw me in jail for it because I want to look like a decent mortal being? How dare ya! The impudence of it all. I swear you're so jumpy.
There are very specific laws against what you have done. And until we figure out the entire purpose of everything that you possess and your reasoning for being here, you will remain behind bars.
My purpose for being here is I'm trying to do research.
You say that, and yet you casted magic.
Well, maybe you should have a notice posted on the other side of the ferry. That way somebody doesn't make a mistake. Or wait, your laws are all about your whims because you don't have them appropriately posted and going through the appropriate legal channels. You know why?
As you're talking, Theodric like throws his hand up, just sort of dismissive, this grunt as he pushes himself up from the table to then turn and see Kellen and Alaric standing there.
Alaric's got this mousy, cautious look, like he too didn't want to be part of this storm. And once he's looked at, it's like a deer in the headlights, right? Like, oh. Please tell me that is not wisdom, is it?
His brows knit together momentarily, looking back. No. This is a fugitive.
My name is Ashilda Ironhands, and you will address me as such, and I am not the fugitive, and you know what? I hope you're never in Thorkin's Deep. Your name's gonna be in so many books, it's gonna make your head spin.
You continue to say she came off the ferry last night and casted magic. So, as I explained to both of you, we are investigating.
Right. Well?
Something that you need.
Yes, Shane came up with a fever this morning. We're trying to find the wisdom.
That's rather unfortunate. She was called across the ferry by the mayor.
She did. Damn it.
It's at this time Ashilda would cross her arms with a smug little smile. Someone in need of a wee bit of healing?
Alaric's attention veers down to her. Way down. Can you heal?
I should be able to also discern what's wrong with him, but depending on what's wrong with him, I might not be able to cure it. But yes, the great goddess Ioun and the god Moraltir have blessed me with the ability to heal on their behalf.
All right. She can help.
You can see Theodric just bring his hand up, just pressing to his forehead and rubbing both of his temples.
Alaric Alaric takes a step closer to him, leans his head slightly so the two are like sort of to some level speaking more quietly to each other. Look, where I see it. This is a mouthy dwarf. Give her to me, she can help Shane. I take her off your hands.
Can I roll a perception to see if I hear him calling me a mouthy dwarf?
You can certainly try. Why don't you sleight of hand or stealth, Alaric? Depends if you want to get caught or not.
As it so happens, I have many times in the past explained that Alaric has a hard time speaking quietly. So I will roll stealth at disadvantage.
Perfect.
Makes it fits.
Alaric has one volume.
Yes, he really does. He's not subtle. Oh.
Roll again.
Both of us?
Yes. You both rolled 13s. You would hear it.
What do you mean, a mouthy? I barely even know you. I've literally seen you here for like 20 seconds, and you have the audacity to call me mouthy.
He brings a hand up. Please. Please. I didn't get much sleep last night. So I ask that you lower the tone of your voice before I extend the time you stay in that cell.
Here, let me say it a wee
Oh.
bit quieter for you. You really need to let me go.
He looks to, for a moment, bringing a hand up, this pausing gesture to you, Alaric. I heard you were attacked last night. Are you well?
Oh, I'm fine.
No.
And Alaric, he steps to the side, pushes together.
Big rats. Lots of them.
The only rat I'm seen is the one who called me mouthy.
In as few words as possible, just challenge yourself for a moment. You said that you can look and see if there's something sick or wrong with him and perhaps deal with him. Is that correct?
Correct. I can detect poison and diseases.
Oh boy. Well, we failed the first challenge.
Well, seeing that
Constable.
you're human, I can understand why.
What does that mean?
I feel like I've been made painfully aware of my own humanity many times. Constable, maybe she can help. If you'll put her in our care for a time, we'll make sure she doesn't trouble.
She's yours.
There you go.
And I'll be having my things.
Wait, Killen,
She's
I was
yours.
just thinking, how about we go old
in
school?
fact, you know, she's under your watch as my deputies. So ensure that you continue to keep an eye on her. She is a criminal after all. And after that, we'll discuss what else she can do. Perfect. Thank you. Lawrence, open the cell. Give her things. Thank you.
I just want to make sure that the imaginary laws that you have in place here aren't going to affect me when I use magic to help this poor boy.
Just please stop antagonizing the jail possessing gentleman for like 5 minutes. That'd be great. We're going to play a little game. It's called Thank You, Constable, and we are departing now. Quietly.
If she is unable to help, let me know. I'll send word across the ferry for the wisdom.
Very good.
How bad does he look?
Gaunt cheeks, unable to wake up. Kind of like he's dying, to be honest with you.
His brows knit together.
Ellen.
Sort of a very concerned look.
Alaric frowns off towards the ranger for a moment before looking back to the constable. I'm sure he'll be fine. It's just the rain, you know?
Well, he's not the only one.
Oh. See, I had a feeling this was going to get worse. What do you mean?
There was a report last night. An older couple who hadn't left their house in a number of days. We found the door partially open, but they were bed-stricken, unable to move. They weren't able to wake up.
But was there anybody else, or just this older couple?
We're still looking. A number of houses have locked doors. People won't answer, especially not to me. But maybe to some new faces.
To some nosy strangers. Yes. That'll hopefully go well. Very well. Perhaps let's go see what we can find out with Shane first, and then if we find out that it's something along the lines of foul play, we will expand the investigation from there.
Shelda, you are released from your cell.
She goes to the paper book first and starts asking every single one of their names.
What did I said the rules of the game were thank the jail possessing gentleman and then depart quietly. That is the rules of the game. We should not deviate from the rules.
Thank you, jail possessing gentleman. May I have your name?
Oh my god. She's doing it. She's doing the thing.
Theodric what? The others under my watch. They are not responsible. Take your grudge up with me.
Very well. You see her sketching down in her book and she closes it. And you, the one who called me Malfi, what's your name?
Philip.
I could just hear how fucking loud Silverl just laughed.
Yeah, I can hear her.
Holy shit.
Like, cackling like a mad woman.
Insight.
I was muted! Shut up!
I can hear you just fine.
Let's see that deception roll.
Wow, over a name? Oh my god.
You didn't ask the constable if he was lying. What the heck, bro? That sounds like meta.
He didn't call me Malfi.
DM, would you like me to roll?
That's between you two.
Sure.
Technically, Alric rolled higher.
To look at bonuses. Technically, if we're going off of bonuses, Shilde would win. She has a +5 to his +4. Or you choose to re-roll. Choice is yours.
21, so we're tied. So let's re-roll again. Why not?
All right. She takes the name down. Let's be on their way. Apparently there's a lad to help, and he hasn't done anything wrong, unlike some folk here.
Thank you, he says to Alaric and Kellen.
Anytime. Shall we?
Oh, anytime. Noted.
Alaric's already wagging a finger at him.
Very
And
noted.
his expression says it more than words ever could. You owe us. As he files on out. So, what's your fee?
My fee is I'm going to help this poor lad. You already got me out of incarceration, which I really much appreciate.
Oh.
Though I don't appreciate you calling me Malfi.
Well, I was trying to sell the idea of letting you free. See, the implication was that you were just talking. It really didn't mean any harm.
We'll see about that. Anyway, lead me to the lad. I'll see what I can do.
What's your name?
Oh, it's a pleasure. My name is Ashilda Ironhands.
Shilda Ironhands.
Correct. Mage and cleric of the great goddess island.
Oh. A little bit of a contradiction, don't you think?
No, they work hand in hand if you know what you're doing.
Oh, well. I guess I don't.
Obviously.
Oh, this will be great. Yeah, we little farmhouse cottage around the corner right over there. You need us to slow down? Walk a little bit slower?
Why are you insinuating that?
What? I'm just trying to accommodate.
Mm-hmm. No, I'm pretty sure I can keep up with you.
All right.
All right, walk a little bit slower.
Fair enough.
Eventually, with your new convict in tow, you make your way back to Shane's house.
It runs in the family, doesn't it?
Yes, it does. You want to make a new character? Got to have been a previous convict wrongly accused in some way, shape, or form.
Wrongly?
God, it's the Bethesda treatment. Why?
Your
Why?
family
Why are
awake.
you like that?
Got caught trying to cross the border.
Just call me Darnell and I'm ready.
So you're going to lie to us endlessly? Is that what's happening here?
That's what DMing is.
Oh.
Oh,
Don't you know
Wait
that?
a heckin' minute.
Wake
Yeah,
up.
hold the
Wake
fuck
up.
up.
Wake up.
Wake up. Wake up.
I don't like it here anymore. This is mean.
You don't recognize the bodies in the water.
On your way
I
back,
don't recognize the bodies in the water.
on your way back, do you guys talk about anything?
No, I don't recognize the bodies in the water.
I mean, I don't know. Depends. Kellen is kind of keeping to himself, mostly. Unless he's addressed directly. Him and dwarves get along just fine, but he knows better than to piss them off, generally speaking.
Yeah, I think I'll work with Teaser more.
By all means.
Man.
I'm here just trying to do a little research in regards to Thorlin, and they throw me in jail. I don't do anything except clean off my robes because it's a pile of shit anyway, stepping into town.
Stepping into town all by yourself?
Correct.
What are you doing traveling alone down here in the south?
I'm trying to do research.
On what?
The shards of Thorlin.
This is a perplexed look. One that he passes over to Kellen to see if there's any recognition on the ranger that he can see.
Is there any recognition on the ranger that he can see?
Roll me a history check.
Oh, I'm actually proficient in that. Nice. History. Nope. My rolls.
You
are
literally
just-
just had a discussion about Thorlin with Oberon, king of the Sealy Court. Thorlin the Silver Flame, one of the stars plucked by the Aranar and given to man, destroyed by Bahamut and the plague serpent Garossa.
I must have misheard because
It's the
I
accent.
should know them. Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
The
So
Silver
2 weeks.
Flame, Thorlin. And it has been 2 weeks.
It has been 2 weeks. Doing research on Thorlin. Really?
The shards. You see,
Yeah.
there's some of us who are Well, a wee bit more educated than folk like you.
Hmm.
That believe that it wasn't completely destroyed, only scattered.
Blade.
You know, dressed like that, you could have fooled me.
Well, looking like that, you could have fooled anyone.
You mean me? Looking like me? I look great.
Right.
His shirt is torn, by the way. Sparks, I'm not sure if you were feeling sick at the time, but Alaric tore a portion of his shirt to try and help Kellen.
She looks at him and she reaches her hand up and she's like, "You're looking all scrubby," and she'll mend his shirt.
I did get attacked by a pack of giant rats last night, so. But I'm feeling fine, all considered. Tell me more about this Thorlun research you're doing.
As I said, I don't think it was completely destroyed, only broken into many, many pieces.
And you found any of them? Or any
No,
trace? Or
no.
any evidence that there might
I'm
be?
working on it, all right? Otherwise, it wouldn't be
Hmm.
research.
Well, from my understanding, research generally starts with a hypothesis, so what's the reasoning that you've come to this particular
Rumor,
or just rumor?
rumor.
Hmm. Well, I suppose stranger things have been found on rumor. Why are you so interested?
Because I think Thorlin being reinstated to its former glory might be something that this country really needs. I mean, if you haven't seen it, everybody's at each other's throats.
There's a bit of madness, correct? I won't deny that.
I mean, you can get thrown in jail for just cleaning your trousers. But anyway, I'll go and check them out and see what I can do. I don't know if I can remove it, but maybe we can figure out the cause.
Thank you for fixing my shirt, by the way.
Well, even though you look kind of tall and stupid, your clothing can be nice. And she keeps walking.
Damn.
Yeah, I don't, right, Kellen? Alaric lags behind a bit.
No. People
Yeah.
often assume things based on appearances only, and they generally are made fools for it, so don't worry about it.
Yeah. I thought so.
Eventually, you three would arrive back at the house. During this time, Marana, Siluril, Uriah, what have you all been doing?
Siluril has been, I guess, tending to Shane. Like, cold towel on his forehead, you know, blanket, trying to drop his temperature kind of thing.
Yeah, I guess retrieving the stuff that was previously packed. Since it doesn't look like we'll be going anywhere anytime quickly. And leaving stuff in the cart is a bad idea in this town.
Correct. Very correct.
Like, yeah, not gonna leave anything in the car. Doot doot!
You'd eventually wake up on your own.
Yep. Or would she?
You're right. Roll me a wisdom saving throw. No, I'm fucking with you. You would wake up on your own.
Rising. Oh, what time of day is it by now? Still morning?
It's still morning.
Well, late morning.
Late morning.
Late. She would arise late, rubbing at her eyes, yawning, and a little groan of protest. Her sort of circadian rhythm thrown out of funk. At least the fragments that were left. Head in her hand, she groans. What time is it?
A little bit later than we should have been moving out. There's been an issue.
She doesn't take her hand out of her head out of her hand, but you can see the rise and fall as a long sigh causes her chest to expand and contract. Issue.
Shane is not well. Some kind of sickness. He won't wake. Kellen and Alaric went to go get the wisdom.
He got bitten by rats, didn't he?
I don't know. Silver, maybe you should...
Should.
check if he has a bite?
Silver would look over him.
Roll me a investigation. Taking a moment to investigate. There's nothing that even resembles an open wound.
From what I can see, there is no reason to suspect he was bitten.
That rules out one thing, but maybe this wisdom will know more.
We should be wary. If this is some kind of sickness that is easily transferred between people, we have been the most in contact with him. Silver will then begin casting Prestige to clean things.
Yuri would get up, looking for breakfast.
I imagine there's some lukewarm leftovers that Alaric was starting to prepare.
Yeah.
Here, you can have mine. And she hands the bowl to her. You look much more tired than any of us. You will need your energy.
Sort of grumbles a thank you. Instead of the usual, perhaps, snark. Looking down at the bowl, she tests the temperature of it, sort of touching it to her lips.
Very cold.
She's expecting like lukewarm, and then you see like her brows knit and like her face scrunch up as it like it's been in the fridge. It's... Where have you been keeping this soup? She like looks outside, see if it's like cold or wet out.
You see the sun.
She looks down at the bowl. Did you cool this?
Yes.
You trying to like preserve it or something?
No, I just think that it tastes better that way.
There's a pause. You like cold soup? Erosians. She heats up the soup. See the sort of gentle steam start to emanate from the bowl, and then she starts eating. Finding a place, some half-clean place to sit.
Silro will shrug and go back to sitting with Shay.
So, what is wrong with him?
It looks to be perceived as a fever of some sort.
No one else is having a fever.
I'm feeling fine. Everyone else looked fine before they left, so I'm unsure.
Yuria's eyes peel over to Marana. Are you not also afflicted with, waving the spoon, something?
Yes,
Silro eyes Morana.
yes, but I can wake from my own sleep. This is... I don't know.
Mm-hmm. You wouldn't happen to have any of those antidotes or whatever it was you were whining about?
No, admittedly, the supply I came here with has been all but used up. I didn't expect to go through so many, but with so much activity, I was forced to use more.
How much longer before you need this antidote again?
Rana kind of purses her lips and draws in a breath, sighing.
I'm unsure. There's never been a time I was able to, or had to go without.
So you're not certainly aware of the withdrawals. What does this affliction normally entail without your antidotes? What can we expect to see from you? Truly, sick.
Hopefully it won't get that far. I'm going to see if Kellen and Alaric are near.
And with that, Marana is going to quite abruptly head outside.
It's going to like yeet.
Silro would attempt to stop her.
Oh.
Please. I want to see if they're nearby.
When they get here, they will get here. Yuria brings up a thing I've been thinking about for a while. Your sickness, whatever it is. How can we get more of your treatment?
I must return home. My uncle makes my medicines for me.
And how much do you have left?
None.
Then this seems rather important, does it not?
Yes. But we have other tasks.
I do not want to rely on you in battle or in life otherwise. If there is a point in which you will fall because you do not have the proper medicine,
Marana pauses for a moment.
It would also be a shame to want your friend die, waste away from this affliction.
there's also that concern for Yuya.
But that's not your concern, is it? There's
That
just
you
a
would die?
slight narrow of the eyes.
You don't care about that part, do you?
That you would die? Did I not just make that apparent?
Will you die? You haven't really been upfront with what exactly this affliction does. What are the symptoms? Will you go blind? Do we have to worry about you falling asleep in the middle of combat? We should be prepared if you want us to fight next to you.
Will you not wake one morning when we try to wake you? She kind of glances at Shane.
No, and rest assured it will not spread to any of you.
Now it's Yuria's turn to look at Shane. How can you make that promise? You don't get to choose what afflictions do, I don't think. It looks like Shane's already contracted, whatever it is. If there's no rat bites, I don't know what else could be affecting it.
And unless he and I share the same mother, I highly doubt it. It is a condition of my birth. There, deserter soldier fears and that it won't spread. If you're going to try and pull my heartstrings, at least know which ones to pluck.
Yuria shrugs. You seem to have been doing so well so far. It's been several days.
I just merely want to guarantee that you will be okay in battle. I do not like to put trust at a blade at my back if it cannot stay upright or could fall due to some other reason. The things I've seen you do not exactly equate to someone who's as sickly as Jane. So I can only assume that this element comes at different times you cannot control. Whatever it is.
She's kind of milling her jaw about.
as kind of stealing it. Is there like a window or anything nearby, DM, for her to look out of?
Or my perception check.
Oh, okay.
Does little peasant boy have window?
He does.
I was
Okay,
half,
fantastic.
I was
Hey, he could be living in a fucking dirt shack.
He
I don't
could.
fucking know.
He could be. And as you would look out, you would see not only Alaric and Kellen approaching, but a dwarf.
Walking with her arms crossed, almost looks like the entire time she's talking, she is chiding both of them.
Indeed.
They're here. Open the door.
Silverl pauses for a moment, just this like narrow twitch of her eye. Before she shakes her head and solidifies her decisions on Marana and turns to open the door.
Yeah, Marana just seemed to stand still as a board. Almost like she was holding her breath for that entire moment.
Hey, we're back.
And I will say, calling someone Malpate on first encounter is very rude.
You're right. My apologies.
Silverl's very like that placid look of disdain on her face.
We brought friends. This is not the wisdom we were looking for, but she says that she can help Shane, so here she is.
Or at the very least, hopefully find out what's wrong with him.
A shield iron hands. This is Dame Siluril. And back there you have Lady Morana Lamordia. And takes him a moment to see Juria's much darker silhouette in the house. That there is Juria.
Ah, he's traveling with an elf. As much as I don't like him, it's nice to know that at least not all of you are stupid.
Right. Shane is...
Silverl's eyebrows just raise. Excuse me?
I called you probably the smartest one in the room right now. Besides myself, of course.
So the sickly lad, huh?
She'll take a look over at him. She'll check him out medically
Sure. Roll me a
first, and
medicine
then
check.
she'll.
Silverl ponders for a moment on how Alaric
Nope.
could find someone more more aggravating than himself.
She rubs her eyes and she's like, "That dust from the dust from that nasty old jail cell has me all looking. I'm gonna have to use my magic. That's real bit depressing."
Taking a look over, there's nothing, at least at a first glance, that appears to be overtly wrong or a reason, at least from what you can discern.
All right, so she's gonna go straight into detect disease on him based on gaunt, sweaty, everything like that. And I will cast it as a ritual.
Okay. 10 minutes to cast.
Oh, I guess we'll just kick around for 10 minutes.
Instead of one thing you notice, instead of her pulling out material components, she makes a swipe down her arm, and the runes down her arm light up. And then when it hits her bracelet, which is made out of onyx stones, you can see the runes on there. The bracelet drops off, and the individual pieces of the bracelet actually start floating around her as she touches 3 of the different runes as she's casting.
Fancy.
During this time, as you are channeling that magic, beginning to sort of scrawl the runes into the air, after a moment, you would realize he's not afflicted by any disease or poison.
It's not poison or disease.
Oh, great.
That is. She would furrow her brow, and with that, you would see her flick her hand, and a book of onyx pages would levitate in front of her and flip through itself. And she's going to ritually cast Detect Magic using her scribe, which is one action.
Detect magic. Give me just a moment.
Lieutenant, what?
Is that like a radial thing?
It's in 30 feet around her.
Correct.
Yo.
That's fucking cool.
So everybody's magical items would light up for her.
What? She just gets fucking her eyes incinerate. The fucking...
You would, as you are standing here, like, or as you are casting this and your attention expands outwards, immediately each person surrounding you, aside from Shane, we'll get to that in a moment, but everybody else gives off a sense of magic. Various schools as well, as you would detect abjuration on another or conjuration on somebody else. You would be able to discern that if nothing else, either they have an effect on them or they are possessed of magical items.
Nice to see you're all fully equipped, and then there's nothing coming off of Shane magical.
No. You would get enchantment magic off of Shane, radiating from his person.
Is there a vicinity of where it's radiating from? Like a center point?
Post detect magic for me?
It would at least give you the school, so.
It would just be radiating off of him.
Shane's a sorcerer. Guys, we didn't know.
Interesting. He seems to be afflicted by an enchantment spell of some sort. Unless any of you did anything to him to, make him a little less ordinary. Because he's the most ordinary looking out of the lot of you.
Can you help him?
Let's see what I can do. Give me 1 second here. No, we'd have to get something to remove the magic, which is a little bit out of my experience right now. But it is magical. It is not disease. It is not poison. It is that of magic in nature.
So something cast a spell on him?
Correct. Something enchanted him to be a little bit more precise. But they appreciate you paying attention.
So then if you can't remove the magic, how would we go about getting rid of it?
Well, if anyone is capable of possibly restoration, or even has experience in dispelling magic, that's where you'd want to go. But it is magical in nature that's afflicting him. Maybe, just maybe, that Theobric Watt person might know if there's anyone around town who might be able to, seeing that the wisdom is across on the ferry.
Iron Hands, why don't you roll me an Arcana check?
Okay.
Feast and famine.
Thankfully, unlike your medical diagnosis, which makes sense now, there's nothing medically wrong with him. The affliction is that of the enchantment school. An enchantment generally falls and does what to a person?
Enchantment usually, it can either withdraw, like, it can make them weaker, it can make them stronger, it can make them...
Close. Enchantment is most commonly known for charming people. How do you break a charm?
Punch him!
She slaps him right across the face. Crack!
You would watch as
She
Ashilda,
killed
for a
him.
moment, closes the book, and then her hand rears back across the side of Shane's face, snapping his head to 90 degrees to the side very violently. He's dead. You killed him.
Yeah.
Wow. Problem solved,
Well,
y'all.
There's gonna be 2 corpses in this house now.
So,
About, yeah.
what did we learn today? This is what happens when you get a random prisoner to be your doctor.
The fuck?
She's a psycho.
You would, for a moment, hear
Sword drawn.
you would hear small muttering, sort of pausing in individual words as Shane's eyes slowly open, the side of his face swollen from the hit.
She's right in his face. Ah, never fails to work, especially when it comes to something charming.
What happened? What's my face hurt?
Well, unfortunately, something got into your brain with their magics. Made you feel a little bit off kilter, but I fixed you. All it took was the strong hand of Moraltir gracing your presence across your chin.
Giggity.
His hand is now moving to sort of rub at his face. Oh. And then his eyes snap open very suddenly. This jolt of energy now as he pushes himself back, sort of palms pressed against the floor, sort of scurrying away before stopping once he hits the table that's there.
Hey.
It's very labored breathing, very erratic as he... It's just...
Calm down. What is it?
I don't know. I had a nightmare. There was a... It looked like her. His finger points to Marana. She... She was ripping open my face.
Silverill's expression darkens.
Anna seems alert and just kind of like steps back from him.
What is he talking about?
I don't know. He was asleep all night. And the exception of my watch with Yuria.
Sorrel looks to Yuria.
I remember screaming, and then nobody was waking up. I remember digging her fingers into my mouth, and it was awful.
With a grimace, Yuria interjects. We didn't see anything on our watch, but Alric saw something. He woke me last night. We investigated the rats. Their bodies gone. When we came back, I agreed to set up watch with him, and we also saw things. Like a dream. I saw my brother beckoning me to join him on the road. Alric, she looks to him, saw, I think, I don't know what he saw at first, a leonin of some sort. Until I saw the leonin too. What was that?
He was my former master, Trioskar. Older brother to Balagar Blackmane. Once righteously in the line to inherit Rofield, robbed of the chance by his brother.
This vision we experienced was interrupted by one of the militia, a man by the name of Lawrence. I think he's the constable's second. Anyway, his light snapped us out of it. He and I investigated the barn again, and with light we saw the black ooze on the floor. He wanted to investigate the rats, asked Kellen about it. He said this is not the first occurrence something like this has happened. Apparently on the ferry, others have been bitten by some oversized creatures. That one slain poured mucus black ooze upon the floor. I'm starting to not like this very, very much.
Shilda would be checking over Shane, seeing if there's any residual effects, if the gauntness left his face, things like that.
Why'd you have to hit me so hard? Sort of rubbing at his cheek. You would say that after several moments, the color begins to return to his features. The sort of his cheeks beginning to sort of swell back to their normal size. The sunken expression of his eyes beginning to return to normal as well. After about 10 minutes, he looks right as rain.
She would pull out her dual-sided holy symbol. One side is Ayu and one is Moraltir. I'd like to give you both praise for helping me heal this poor lad.
What?
Did a stutter.
I don't know. I wasn't paying attention.
I was given appropriate praise to Moraltir and Ayun for guiding my hand promptly across the side of his face to alleviate him of what ailed him.
Okay.
So, party. What are you doing?
She would look back. Philip, and you, I didn't really get your name. I think we should report this back to the constable. He probably want the news, seeing so he's not the only one with it.
We haven't really explained what happened to him, though. All I know is that you hit him in the face, and then he woke up.
Well, he was under an enchantment spell, a charm. Typically, when it comes to spells of the charming nature, any act of violence beset upon a person typically removes the spell instantaneously.
Noted. I wonder if that will help other people who have fallen under the same or similar affliction. Well, I guess talking to the magistrate or the constable will let them know at least Shane's awake and we sort of have a cure ish.
Thank you, Karen.
You'd see her pull out her book. On one of the pages that she had scribbled, it was a debt, and she marks it as completed because she did what she was asked and she woke this poor boy up.
He's got a literal quest log. Oh my god.
Oh my god. She's fucking right.
Imagine taking notes in character.
Dude, it's the best explanation, though, for a character to actually have notes.
Yeah, I'm
No.
kind of sitting
You
here
mean
like, that's
a journal?
that's fucking
Actually,
brilliant.
thought about
Son
it.
of a
If only
bitch.
I could afford a book.
If only we had money.
One thing you would notice when she goes to write in the book, she flicks her hand out and a quill literally appears in her hand. No ink or anything, but as she's writing, it's this kind of crimson color as she writes.
Yuri over there malding as you do this.
Goodness, I was gonna write in a book.
Son of a bitch.
I had a book before it was cool. And then I
Did
lost it.
you say that there were others?
According to the constable, yes.
And if they are also having similar dreams?
Perhaps there are more people that need to get slapped in the face.
Hmm.
Agreed.
I suppose we are sticking around here longer than expected.
Alaric,
Well,
are you sure that this was not a dream? When you saw this man, could you have been dreaming?
no. I do not think it was a dream. If Yuria could see him, and never before I had described him to her, it says it all, right?
Then that rules out that the enchantment could fall under those who are possibly awake. Unless
You're right.
it is a conjoined thing.
You might be onto something. Perhaps we were all afflicted in a way. It just afflicted us differently.
I do not know much about magic, but I would go now that there is. It would have taken a lot of energy to be able to enchant so many at once.
Maybe. Though there is a difference between enchantment and illusion. More than one person can view illusion. We only know Shane was enchanted. If both I and... well, no. Because Lawrence didn't see it. He interrupted what was happening. Uriel looks up to Marana. What do you know about hags?
DM.
Why don't we use your imperfect knowledge? You tell me what you know about hags.
Perfect knowledge.
Okay.
Hold on
I don't-
while I get my imperfect bestiary.
That almost sounds like dissing.
Oh. Hags and witches. Yes, I've heard of them before. They normally stick to the Grimwald. But there were stories of issues in smaller villages outside of the bulwark. Sheep go missing, food spoils. It's usually one way to denote their presence, or the presence of their spawn nearby.
Do they have trouble with flowing water? Crossing it, I mean.
I'm not sure. It might depend on the individual witch. They usually have minions or spawn do things for them.
Spawn, you say?
Oh, yes. Horrible creatures. They're called, I think they're called Hexbrood.
About how large are they?
Repeat that question. I didn't hear you.
About how large is this hex brood?
Oh, well, they say they can take all sorts of shapes. Large, small, they might be shape changers. I'm not certain. The tales of what each brood member might look like, it's wildly different between them.
Yuria would be stroking her chin, rubbing at the bottom of her lip with her thumb, almost biting at her nail, in thought. Do you have stories of hags taking children?
Oh, yes, it's one of the reasons never to go outside the bulwark. They disappear into the forest, into the Grimwald, and... well... either they become brood, or...
And Marana kind of leaves it at that with a kind of grim look.
So, grandmother is the rule, not the exception. Interesting. Well, I asked about the water because Lawrence mentioned that the other side of the ferry reported no issues, where the mayor resides. Apparently they're doing so well he's rebuilding his manor.
do you think a witch might be responsible?
Possibly. Stealing children, causing these illusions and enchantments. The rats, perhaps? I can't say for certain. The only stories I know of them are the ones in Shademore. Hunters and poor merchants lost on the road being attracted to their cauldrons. Their penchant for collecting corpses, anything that isn't claimed by man or nature. And of course there's Grandma. Grandma just likes children. It seems likely. I can't think of anything else it might be. If it is the whole village, then it could very well just be multiple of them.
You mean like a coven?
Oh, I don't know how they interact, dear. But if it's a bigger problem, then just add more monsters.
Marana kind of pauses and paces around, thinking a little bit. DM, I would like to try and roll something.
What is it?
I want to see if I know that hags are fae.
Ooh.
I know it's going to be a hard one.
Hags are fae. Okay. Roll me a nature
Just
check.
Arcana. Oh, nature or Arcana?
Let me consult
Either
the book
one.
real quick. Hold on.
Okay.
This is the beauty of being ignorant to most monsters in D&D, is that I don't have to wonder how much of my own knowledge is meta.
There you go.
Except in maybe
Well, the thing
regards
is-
to dragons.
Right there with you, brother.
Having what?
Hand in hand.
I just know the meta, so I can just make up something else and have
It's
it be
also
wrong.
I also like players making up their own shit and it being completely wrong because it's all rumors, right? It's all stories. The stories aren't 100%. Yeah, I hear witches turn into dinosaurs and abduct children all the time.
Arlen.
Yeah.
What the hell are dinosaurs, Fred?
You don't say.
Yeah.
See this garlic chain I wear?
You're here. Where have you been, Jebediah? We missed you.
Sorcerers ain't gonna get me. I didn't
And
clip my
Jebediah's
nails.
a skinwalker.
Ooh. I need an arcana check.
Okay, fair enough. I don't
Alright.
expect to do well, but I'm going to do it anyway.
How about I do anyway?
Anyway. That's probably enough. Yeah, it's a hot enough.
11? Give me a moment. I have to consult my book again
Oh, consult the book.
because there are varying degrees of what you might know.
Did you know that they're
Did you?
fiends? You do now. I love the idea of monsters being classified differently based on the culture because they just classify them differently, and then all the scholars argue about it.
So,
Uh-oh.
while you wouldn't know anything concrete, you would know that they're fae.
Rana kind of comes to a halt. That sort of dawning on her.
I remember speaking with the king on the way here, correct? He said that there were people thriving and others being pressed into service not of their own volition.
He took sacrifices. We know that.
Hags, and by extension, they're witches. They're fae.
You said they work for him?
Yes. Witches, hags, whatever you want to call them. They are creatures of the Feywild, yes. I'm certain of it.
They work for him, or they are beholden to him in some way?
I don't know. I'm just saying that being pressed into the service of the Fae could have a very broad definition.
We're going to look very foolish if it turns out he's behind this, you know. Having given one of our own to him.
You be petty? But I doubt that he would bother with us that much.
I don't know, he didn't seem to have a very high opinion of mortals.
I'm not sure he has a high opinion of anyone, Yuria.
Had a high opinion of Sabine.
Who knows?
I'm not saying it's directly his doing, but it could be part of the terms, whatever they agreed to.
Think someone else made a deal with him.
He did mention something about there being a previous pair of adventurers like us.
And he did mention that those mortals were thriving now.
I assumed he meant Eliond. This place is definitely not thriving.
Unless it's thriving because someone. Unless they're thriving because everyone else here is not.
Alaric sort of motions to Kellen, obviously echoing his message without saying it so.
There was a manor being built. What in this place makes you think that anybody here could stand or afford a manor while everyone else suffers?
I mean, we don't know how rich the other side of the ferry is, to be fair. This could just be the poor end, the half that isn't tended to because it's out of sight. Ferry business is probably doing fairly well.
Well, none of us have been to the other side.
One of us has. Alaric looks to the dwarf.
Why are you looking at me? I just met you.
You came from the other end, right? On the ferry.
Correct.
Well, could you tell us about the place?
What would the other side of the ferry be like, GM?
Give me just a moment. Compared to this side, it is night and day. Having stepped off of the boat, the most immediate thing you would realize is that compared to the other side, there is no paved streets. The other street, or the other side, has paved streets. Well kept and well groomed sort of gardens and small clusters of trees. There are, all of the buildings are very well maintained. There is a sense of order. There are constant patrols by guards and what even look to be some individuals you could assume were knights. There is also the area that is known or listed as the mayor's ward, which is very high-reaching walls, sort of broken apart with these numerous watchtowers, and it is only an area that you can enter once you're invited. But even then, from a certain portion of the ferry ride, you can see within, and it is this almost like elegant area, beautiful, like well-groomed, these very ornate looking buildings, as well as the tallest building of them all being the mayor's manor.
Well, everything's a wee bit more tidier. They seem to have patrols with not as imaginary rules. They have everything clearly posted over there. I mean, the mayor's place. It looks fantastic. Maybe it's just because it's easier to reach from a lot of other places.
Have you seen any efforts from that side to secure this one?
No,
None.
I literally stayed over there for a day and crossed.
All right. All right. So we don't know. Perhaps we should ask the constable.
Aye. We are going there to report about Jane anyway, correct? Because of these other people. Maybe she can slap them awake as well.
Whatever it is we do at the constable, without things are here, I really want to get those horses to alone.
Starting to seem more like we're bound to stay here for a while, considering all these terrible things happening. If we leave, who knows what might happen.
Going to stop them.
What if we ask the constable to give Shane here escort?
When the constable's going to leave the town.
Oh, just some of his men. And we take over their duties. Is what we're doing, no?
You want to patrol the night alone?
Find out what is happening to the missing children. Yes.
His men aren't finding out they're patrolling, trying to keep what little bits of order are left.
What if we bring the question to him? Maybe he has a solution we don't know about.
We should speak to him then. I doubt the townsfolk would be very receptive to outsiders watching over them. They didn't really like us much last time.
All right. Yuria gets up, putting the bowl and spoon down. Well, unless there's anything else, let's take Shane along. Shane, how are you feeling? You feel like you can walk?
I can walk awfully fine. I don't even.
Right.
I'm starting to even really forget what the nightmare was about.
Wonderful. I wish I had tea or coffee, but I'll leave. Shall we get going?
Yeah, let's.
All right. Yuria makes her way to the door.
Shane sort of pushes himself up to stand, sort of struggling for a moment to do so.
Silver would help.
Help.
Thanks, by the way. I appreciate it. Okay, so we're all going to see the constable.
We're out to see the constable.
All of us. And you'll be proud of us, DM, because we're not splitting the party this time. Yet.
Actually, I was thinking
Unless-
about saying.
Perfect.
Actually, I would like to climb every building here. Thanks.
Let us stop thinking.
As you all begin moving, making your way up the road, you would see that there are again a number of people that are currently working. Some give you curious looks. A gaggle of this many passing through is bound to draw attention as it did in the past. Some recognizing you, others no more than a few seconds before returning to their work disinterested. Till eventually you make your way back to the constabulary. Far more barren than before, not nearly as full of guardsmen. You would find Theodoric and Lawrence currently in the middle of a discussion. The process of writing something down.
Theodoric what?
His head leans forward a little bit. I take it was a success.
It was. Your people are inflicted by an enchantment spell. Just a wee bit of violence, not anything to really hurt them, should snap them right out of it.
He looks to Shane, who again looks very sheepish. I'm glad to hear that you're okay. His attention drifts, looking at Ashilda for a moment. Thank you.
I want to clarify. It is not a disease. It is not an illness, and it is not a poison. It is an enchantment. So, you are looking for a caster, just not me.
And she helped you? Came to this of her own conclusion? Looking now to Alaric and Kellen.
She did.
Alaric seems confused. All I saw is that she slapped him. Slapped him and then started saying words, Constable. But it seems like it worked.
Very well. I'll waive the jail time.
May I have an apology?
An apology for what?
Not having your rules appropriately posted?
There is a guardsman posted at the other end of the ferry. A younger man. No hair on his head. Small mustache.
Oh, you mean the one who was hitting on the ladies and not really paying attention?
Well, he is the one responsible for posting the laws.
What is his name?
He looks to Lawrence for a moment, and Lawrence has this look of like, hey, don't get me into this. I don't want to be any part of this. Sort of giving a small nod. His name was Joshua.
Last name?
He doesn't have one.
Fine. I will note him as Joshua of the Ferry. Failure to comply with orders given, causing an false incarceration on myself.
So, His attention drifts back to Siluril, Kellen, and Alaric.
Right, we had something we wanted to ask you. With how things have been going down around here, we do not feel that the horses are safe back in Shane's home. Before, we had agreed that we'd take them to Elon. They'd be stabled there with an associate of ours. He'd look after them, while Shane helped us with his wagon. We feel beholden to these children, these disappearances. We want to stay around to help, but we also gave Shane our word that we would get his horses safely back. Now we cannot split, and one half of us take him there, the others stay here. It just wouldn't work. We were wondering if you could spare some men, or at least I was. Escort him there with the horses while we remained here and got to business.
And you're staying here?
All of us. Except Shane, he'd be going with them.
His attention moves to Siluro for a moment. Holding a stare for several long moments. And you still intend to help?
Of course. I told them already that I would not be leaving you all here, do not?
Fine. I'll send Lawrence in another. They'll assist Shane to Elion's tier. Meet with your companion. And get these horses stabled. You'll be without your driver for a few days.
Perhaps he'll be better for it. And with some luck, and Alaric looks around, sort of addressing the room, things will be much better around here by the time he's back.
To that end, there were other people who got sick?
Yes. An older couple.
I see.
At least, that's all that we've found thus far.
Did they have a report of robbery, like Shane did? Something taken from them?
If they did, it never crossed my table.
Okay.
My fear is that if they did, it was reported to some of the other militiamen.
Oh, I see.
If you would like, again as my deputies. Their house is south of here, along the river. You'll be able to follow the road.
Is he telling us to stay there? Like,
No, he's telling you if you want to go investigate where the house is.
He's giving us directions.
Gotcha.
You're his constables, or you're his deputies, so go deputize.
Yes, sir. I will only rob out of sight.
God damn it. God deputize, god damn it.
Go do your goddamn diddly job.
See this badge?
We didn't get a badge, sir.
Lawrence gives a nod, looking at the rest of you, and then moving over to Shane, and then begins sort of gesturing him outside, and then Shane sort of pauses. Just promise you'll stay safe, yeah?
Unless we get attacked by a pack of large rat dogs, I think we'll manage well enough.
I'm being serious. Don't go do nothing crazy.
Funny enough, so was I.
Hey.
Make that promise, but we'll stay alive.
The same goes for you. No more of those heroics, Shane. Throwing the javelin. What do you have in mind? None of that.
I think my javelin days are behind me.
Good. Leave it to Lawrence here. The heroics.
Lawrence grunts, giving a very small shake of his head. I'll keep you safe. And with that, Shane and Lawrence leave.
And we never saw them again.
They're dead.
Ooh,
Immediately
they
after
don't-
being get out of eyesight. Boom.
They walk to the archway and they just T-pose.
They don't
You-
even make it to the end of the town when the rock comes and picks them both up.
You
and
look
just flies
outside.
away.
You look outside and see their body, like Peter Griffin posed.
Immediately.
No.
Just outside on the threshold.
Damn you NPCs, I knew your pathing was fucked.
Some mad lad just rolled up and just fucking ganked him while we weren't even looking. Just
God damn it. Their pathing fucked up and they just walked directly into like a bear lair.
Wonderful day for a walk. Oh!
so peaceful.
Perfect. You are relieved of one burden and have been given another. In the
Multiple.
shape of Miss Iron Hands.
Cringe.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, party, newly formed, free of your burden of protecting a civilian, you're here within the ferry. A number of nasty rumors circulating about. Plagued rats, people not waking up from their sleep, thieves, robberies, kidnappings. What are you going to do?
Sounds like a great time.
I think we are going to thief and kidnap. That seems like a good idea.
Constable, before we're off to investigate and all that, could you help us with some equipment? Some cuffs, perhaps a badge of office, something like that?
Would that I could. I'm running low on resources as it is. I have a set of manacles.
Well, any feathers would help. Just to give off, the image of authority or whatever.
Reaching down, sort of pulling it from a drawer, he'd thumb over this small crest, give it a twist, and then extend it out to Cicero. You're already wearing Ashford colors.
Mm-hmm. She would put her hand out and take it.
It is this shield emblem. You would see it's made of this sort of old iron. It's very heavy, but you would see that there is this, as well as you could expect, the symbol of House Ashford. Which you would notice he also wears.
She would take it and press it to her heart in her palm and nod to him.
If any of the other militiamen give you any problems, let me know. With that, they shouldn't, but they barely even listen to me.
What if they are more immediate problems? Can we smack them around a bit?
Define immediate.
Well, let's say someone is in danger in some room. They're blocking the way.
Yes. But
What?
try not to leave too many marks.
Of course. We're nothing if not loving.
I only beat people who question my authority once.
There's a very very serious stare in your direction.
It's a joke.
What if we heal him up after we're done beating him?
I feel like this is the wrong line of questions.
That would be preferred.
Understood.
We still have to
You
find
need
them.
any leeway on the thievery at Shane's?
I had my men investigating some of the nearby warehouses. A number of them are locked to us. However, I'm wrapped up in paperwork. If 6 overzealous deputies decided that they needed to investigate an area, perhaps they could do that with my blessing.
Are you saying I'm your deputy?
Aren't you our prisoner? Or no, I guess you were released.
He again looks at you. Very eager for underlings.
What? I just want, I just want a clear status of authority. Is that too much to ask?
No, you just sound like a noble in court.
Well, yes.
Well, you're not in court. For now, if any of them, especially Silwell, decide that you are a threat or a burden, you have my full permission to cast her into the Aram River. Hopefully it doesn't come to that.
How dare you?
Oh, no.
Fine.
And it begins.
Don't be a burden and it won't be a problem. You've already proved your
will not.
usefulness.
I give you my word. I will honor it.
He gives a nod. Perhaps best that you wait for nightfall. Too many people are currently moving about. They'd be very eager to stop some individuals from breaking in. A chance to rifle through your pockets. There's the house to investigate to the south with the old couple. And, if you so wish, investigating more about these rats and whatever plague they bring with them.
I can't imagine how difficult.
What?
I said I can't imagine investigating the old people would be too difficult.
No. Just a lengthy walk.
Oh.
Should be no issue at all. I don't know if they'll open the door for you, but last we checked the door was unlocked.
Well, that wouldn't matter.
Why wouldn't it matter?
How are they going to keep us out if they're in bed?
Well, what if they're alive and they're just afraid?
There's just a moment of quiet.
That silence just compounded by the constable who's watching Yuria.
What if they are?
Then we don't force our way in. Don't want to make things worse, right?
No, you're right.
I'm going to continue my investigation here. If you need me, this is where you'll find me. If I'm not here, ask for one of my men. They'll direct you to where I've gone. Usually one of them always knows where I am. Is there something else that you need? What were you saying, Marana?
Oh, she was just gonna look to the group and be like, are we heading south then?
Might as well.
At least should let us get a view of the place.
I suppose if we run into that large gentleman who stole Shane's things, we'll have to have a word with him as well. But seems like there's other pressing matters at the moment.
Well, then let us not belay any longer. Let us go.
Lead the way, Cyril. Seems like how it's meant to be around here. Makes sense.
Cyril frowns.
Okay. Stepping back out, you find yourselves under the sunlight of the day. In the middle of town square where people are currently moving. Carts are being drawn to the ferry where, at least from what you can see, there is an approaching vessel. People are already in the process of beginning to get ready to load the vessel with materials to cross. People pay you very little attention, giving you curious glances as they pass, but nothing more than a second or two before they move about. As it stands, you have two choices. For the future now, you can stay within Shane's house, broken as it is, or the inn, the Ferry Wench, for when the time comes to rest.
Shane's house.
You don't have to pick the decision now.
I think we know, though.
So, where are you going?
We're off to go check on the older couple. I guess.
Yep.
Yeah.
We're gonna go slap some grandparents.
Yeah. We're gonna assault the elderly,
Yeah.
everybody.
And they stop us if we're asleep. If they're asleep.
How can they stop us if they're old and decrepit?
I'm bigger. I'm stronger.
Let me in.
Oh,
Little do we know, one of them.
Grandma rolls
One
a
of them's
nat
like
20.
a level 2. Yeah.
Oh shit, she's an ex-adventurer. Oh, she's that one.
More
Oh,
like she
no.
rolls a fucking sauna up through the window.
It's like, little do you know, one of them is a level 20 wizard that will
Fuck.
turn you
Oh.
inside out.
Oh my, ruffians! Power would kill,
Ambulance, come on in.
but not for me. Die.
Ooh.
Okay. Go ahead,
Believe
let's
it or
start
not.
moving your token.
Believe it or not, straight to jail. You said south?
Correct. He said south along the river.
Is it gonna be this motherfucker way the fuck down here?
Wouldn't that be haha funny?
That would be so haha funny. Wouldn't it be funny if it was this one at the farthest end?
That'd be real weird.
Fuck you.
Little quirky haha.
Yeah, extremely.
As you're walking, compared to before where you were accosted by guardsmen, by militiamen, they pay you incredibly little mind. They're peering out, looking at you as you walk past, and then just sort of wave you off. You can definitely tell that there's like this lazy air in the day. But as you're walking past, you would notice, at least in this first cluster of buildings, that there are people currently out and about. Individuals drawing water from the river. You would see that there's the large sort of rotating wheel there behind one of the houses. You would notice as well that there are a couple of people, what look to be like rudimentary forges, in the process of making very simple things. Very simple, like nails, smaller tools and the like. Nothing insane like in Elion's, where they have a fully functioning forge to make things. These are more so for like shipbuilding. And as you pass by, again, very similar situation. A number of people paying you some courtesies. You would see that there are some people that actually wave at you in the morning, sort of giving you a nod. A little more relaxed now that you're not coming through here in the middle of the night, dragging something behind you.
Hey, it was me.
Looking haggard and menacing as you were. Cast in the light of the sun, you look much more friendly. To some degree. Some of you.
Yep.
Friendly.
Hi. It's me, all goth.
Yeah, the two goths.
Standing underneath our parasol. Hell yeah.
You would, at least even just asking around this first cluster of buildings, would be informed of the couple that you're looking for. They are, in fact, at the farthest end. Older couple. They are recluses. They don't, at least from what you're told, just by asking around, a number of these people, they don't leave their home ever. And if they do, it's very odd that it happens.
They're very self-sufficient, yes.
Indeed.
I imagine, even from the distance, their household has all the markings of a very humble abode, in a sense.
As you are approaching, you would have also learned their names. You'd have learned that the older gentleman's name is Henry. And the woman's name is Anna. Although that information would have been given to Siluril.
We just met them, and I already love them, and I would die for them.
Henry and Anna?
Yes.
Well, you would be directed as to where their house is, all the way at the far end. And you are correct. It resembles a very rustic cottage. Probably one of the nicer buildings here. Definitely made by hand compared to the others. Like this one has a lot more TLC.
I don't know what that is.
Tender love and care.
Okay.
You would see that it has like a small stone, like stacked stone base, very simple wooden walls that are painted this very like soft forest green. You would see that there is the small small garden that is planted on the outside that has a number of like rose bushes. However, as you all approach, why don't you all roll me an investigation? Everybody. As you're approaching, you would notice two things almost immediately. There
my
is
roll
a. One more time.
Oh, I was just wondering if my roll went through because it hasn't updated for me.
Oh, I thought it did. Apologies.
Oh, it didn't? Oh, fuck. Okay.
Don't
Refresh.
spam
Sorry.
it.
Yeah.
There we go. Perfect. All of you would notice two things. One, this very prominent smell in the air. It's almost rancid, like food that's spoiling. The second thing you would notice is that upon closer inspection, even just being in closer proximity to the house, that the outside of the house, those gardens, are beginning to wither.
Ugh,
Ugh.
my God, does no one visit these people?
What?
That smell.
And then, as if smelling it for the first time, oh, oh, oh. Mm.
Can I do some kind of nature-y nonsense to figure out if this is like a normal problem or like just neglect versus like a disease or something like that?
Sure.
Or
Roll me
death.
a nature check.
Yeah.
Could I join in on that, sir?
You want to give him
Might as-
advantage?
Yeah.
Sure.
Okay. Okay.
Man, he reeks.
I think my dice
Pinky.
rolling is done for the night. Holy shit.
Oh, don't say that.
It's hard to tell or hard to discern. Having experienced as much as you've experienced, there are telltale signs leaning both ways. It's hard to tell if it is neglect or if something is actually afflicting the soil here. Good crunch.
Thanks.
Good crunch.
Delicious.
You stepped on a bone.
You stepped on a bone? Okay, well. There's also a smattering of bones outside, apparently.
Henry, no.
It's just chicken.
Morana looks to Yuria. See, spoiled food. You might be right.
Well, let's go up to the door. What are we gawking for?
Because it smells if I get closer. I don't want to get closer.
All right, stay over here then. I'll go to the door.
All right.
Really?
What?
Come with me.
Wait, you weren't serious?
What if something happens?
Like what? You get invited to dinner and it reeks?
You're mean.
You're going up to an old person's home. We've done worse than that.
What is the worst that could happen?
It smells worse.
If anything, you might just get used to the smell.
I don't want to get used to the smell.
Please.
Fine.
He nods
You
to
owe me.
himself. What, are you going to run a
Yeah.
tally on me?
Perhaps.
Alaric will walk to the door.
Yep.
Okay.
Gonna follow.
As you approach, you have the again the very simple wooden door. It has a small, what appears to be like a small wooden decoration that hangs from it. These two hummingbirds that are touching beaks, as you would see carved into it. Welcome.
As we approach, are there like windows in the cottage? Is it 2-story or like a dormer?
It is one story. There are windows, but the blinds are drawn.
I'm more so looking for any signs of climate.
Climate?
Like if there was like scratch marks further up.
Roll me an investigation check. You're just looking to discern if there was any people crawling on this building.
As a creepy crawling myself, yes.
I'm gonna say that seems
19.
poignant.
Surprisingly, no.
Okay.
Looking around, looking for even the telltale marks of somebody who either having to claw with or having to climb with hand and foot would generally leave small scratch marks with their nails or scuffs with their boots. But there doesn't appear to be any of that on the outside of the 3 windows here. The most odd thing is that there are coverings on each of these windows on the inside. And with your investigation, upon closer inspection, as you're looking for those marks, you would notice that the inside of the windows have numerous nails nailing the window shut.
Yeah, that's not normal. They didn't want something getting in. Alaric, just be careful.
For clarification, are they nailed on the outside or from the inside?
Inside.
Okay.
Yeah. It looks like they were boarding them up from the inside.
Correct.
Which is unusual.
Oh, why should I be careful? What could happen? What's the... He's checking his feet. What's the worst that could happen? I mean...
I was... Look at that window up there, closely.
He squints at it.
You would see the same now that she's pointed it out. Numerous, dozens and dozens of oddly bent nails, some driven all the way down. They nailed the inside of their windows closed.
Oh, of course. How about we just yell out their name? Maybe their hearing hasn't given out. Maybe they can hear us. Maybe Sailor should do it. She sounds less menacing. She has a good voice.
Hello. She calls out.
A moment passes. There's no response.
If it makes you feel better, Yuria will walk up to the door and she will cast Detect Thoughts to detect who's inside.
Detect Thoughts has limits when peering through objects, right?
No. Yeah, you're right. Can't go through 2 feet of rock or 2 inches of any metal other than lead or a thin sheet of lead.
Wood, too, right?
Spell can penetrate barriers, but 2 feet of rock, 2 inches of any metal other than lead, or a thin sheet of lead. It can go through wood.
Ooh, then let me check something real quick.
The nails prevent you from detecting the thoughts.
No,
That's how many nails there are.
you don't detect anything.
They're dead.
She casually goes up to the door, kind of rolling her eyes at everyone being a little melodramatic, and then when she casts and focuses, there's this pause. See her head tilt, sort of like almost like trying to listen for something. Would detect thoughts be? Would the range suggest could the range of detect thoughts penetrate the whole house?
No.
Okay. She would begin to sort of try to circle around the house, see if she can get a feel for anything.
Circling around the house yields nothing. Aside from more nailed closed windows and a rancid smell.
Ugh. What would I do for a handkerchief? Or a scented napkin?
She turns to the others. I don't feel anyone in this house.
No, it's funny that you say that. Presty can make things not stink. For a time, I think.
Oh, cast on your helmet.
Yeah, Silverill's just like, pfft. That's why she hasn't responded. She's just like, oh yeah, no, I'm just the air in front of my face. I'm good.
All right, I'm going in.
Ashilda would follow suit if there's a stench.
Damn, sucks to be a not caster right now.
Damn.
Marshall, stay losing.
They stinky.
I mean, if you have to breathe, I guess.
You're right. Two Marshalls
Shut
stay losing.
up. Afflicted.
Alaric will try the door. Yeah.
Okay. Pressing your hand to the knob, giving it a twist, and pushing open. Door's unlocked. There's very intense scent that permeates now that the door is open. The source of the stench. As well, you would notice immediately as you push the door open that you have just broken what appears to be a line of salt behind the door.
Great. We're fucked.
And that's where we're going to call it for tonight's session.
We're dead. We're dead. We're dead. Well, guys, it was a good session. It was a good time.
You've watched too much Supernaturals.
Are you kidding me? It's
I'm pretty
the
sure.
reason!
I'm pretty sure the reason it all reeks is because the salt didn't do shit.
Yeah, the line was broken somewhere else. I've seen enough Supernatural episodes to know that somebody blew on the salt and they died.
Thank you guys for playing. We will pick this up next week for episode
It's us.
32.
We're dead. We're the ones that blew on the... We're the ones dying.
We're the salt blowers.
We're the dead ones.
No.
Crowley's just gonna come and it's gonna be a bad time.
Thank you
Crowley
so
doesn't
much
kill.
for playing.
He just mouths off a lot. Thanks.
For as long as the players wish to stick around, those in chat who wish to use your channel points, you may highlight your questions, and I will relay them to the party for myself, for them, and we will answer them to the best of our abilities. Thanks for
so
sticking around,
fucked.
guys.
We're so fucked.
Thank you for running the game. It was great. This session was awesome.
Had a great time.
Thank you for bearing with me while
Oh,
I
we're
fought a
so-
migraine off for the first
Sparks, your character is great.
She reminds me of that hen character from the Robin Hood, like the Disney Robin Hood.
The handmaid.
The hen, yes, for Maid Marian.
The handmaid. Ha 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 ha.
Where she's like, Messi, Messi,
Up.
Messi.
Do we have full art for Shilda? The art is being made.
I'm working on it, okay? I'm trying to find an artist.
Artless?
Well, if you can wait a while, Niku will be back from his family thing in like 2 weeks.
Just curious, is Ashilde single? Asking for a friend. Also, will she marry me? Joe Blaine asks. Also, thank you, Joe Blaine, for the tip. That is insanely generous of you. Thank you very much.
Ashilda is very much single. She is married to her work.
Boring.
I will fuck her.
Wow. Okay.
Alaric, I will take one for the team. Wow, what a compliment.
What would she do? Just kind of sit on it and spin?
What?
What?
Thank you, Tatsuya. That was incredibly kind of you. I'm glad you enjoyed the stream. It's always good to see your face.
I had to have a certain amount of energy to be able to come in appropriately. So I appreciate you giving me the time to get it crowned, by the way.
Of
That's what
course.
she said.
When we pick up next week as well, we'll map transition.
Wow. All right. So when do we find the basement? And it's the Omega basement dungeon. There's a hole in the wall, and we're
Where
like,
the
look,
dead babies in the
guys, we
basement.
found it. The Underdark. It's in this hole. Look at that, guys. That's crazy.
I told you, I'm
It's
bringing it
behind this
back. Welcome to my Darkest Dungeon campaign.
Ah!
Guys, I found the crypt. Hey, look, there's this quirky guy. He calls himself the Necromancer. He's great.
Get in the pot.
No.
Get in the pot.
Not her.
Get in the pot.
Not her.
Taps aside. Ting, 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 ting,
Go
ting.
away,
Get in.
Grandma.
Get in the pot.
I don't want to get in a pot.
It can
don't
fit
want
6 adventures. Ding, 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 ding.
I need
Get in.
6. I was this close to waiting for the console to be like, I need 6 quirked up adventures.
I mean, he basically gave us that carte blanche. Like, hey, just in case you were, looking at this warehouse and got a little rowdy.
Exactly. Hey, just in case some 6 quirked up adventurers go to the sauce, want to go break into some warehouses later, preferably in the middle of the night and not during the day when people are working, I would turn a blind eye if
Wow.
such a thing were to happen.
That's crazy.
As my dear
I love the
friends-
law.
As my dear friends here know the type of characters I play, Ashilda comes a lot more naturally to me than Sabine did.
Sparks, are you
Merci.
stoked to play a wizard?
Yes, because I'm not gonna put it too much past him, but I don't think he will be nearly as abusive to wizards as my last DM.
DM are you
As someone
talking
who
to?
played a wizard, I assure you, you're wrong.
Yeah. You met our DM? Abuse? It's like kind of the thing.
I really hope you like the spells Detect Magic, Counterspell, and Dispel Magic.
They're beautiful things.
Oh, I plan on having them.
Okay.
I've drank a lot of water today. I'm gonna go pee. I'll be back.
Okay.
And I am, to kind of elaborate, I am excited to step out of my charisma-based wheelhouse.
That'll be neat.
For someone who has no charisma and is very mouthy.
That's
Yeah,
actually
A mouthy dwarf, you could say.
that's actually a perfect picture, Marana.
What? Oh, yeah. I was like, English cottages.
Yes. I love how it
Ghost.
looks cute at first, but the longer you stare at it, it gets a little uncanny.
Yeah, there's like a weird list to the roof.
Oh, yeah,
The
like,
windows
nothing
are
is-
all dark.
It has just, like, slowly settled over the last century or two.
Right.
I like how over time
They just added more.
it goes from quaint English cottage to Amityville horror.
So I actually lived not too far from the Amityville Horror House growing up.
Oof.
That explains
Yeah,
a
it's
lot.
just a house. It's
Is
the
it
house.
though?
It's just a
Yeah.
house. I'm
It's the
living
house
in
where, people got murdered.
I want to as well thank everybody who followed this stream. Thank you very much for sticking around through the entire session, as well as all of the new follows. Welcome. Hello. I'm the Crown DM. We run a game every Friday, which is Cometh the Fall, and a game over on Momo's channel, or the player Silverell, which is our Secrets of Eurus game that we'll be playing this Sunday. As well, if you're interested in map making, monster creation, world building, and the like, you come to the right place. I stream every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and we also have a community Discord. You're welcome to join. Also, I don't want to alarm anybody. No reason to be alarmed. We're 6 followers away from 2K. So,
Okay.
How would that be?
no big
allowed?
deal. No big deal.
That sounds
Oh, wait,
pretty
Not a
dope.
big deal. You're right, it's not a big deal.
No big
What
deal.
are we gonna do for this no big deal? How do we
It's going to be
plan
like Y2K. Once you get 2K followers, it's going to reset again, and then the world's going to end.
Finally.
What?
Finally. Relief.
Oh, wow.
Man-made
NG+.
horrors beyond my comprehension.
Wow.
What time zone are we in? I am in the central is it Central Standard Time?
Yes.
CST?
The Central Stars.
Middle of America.
America.
Middle America.
Don't tell them that. They'll be able to find you now.
Oh shit.
Wow. Hundreds of thousands of miles. Just
They
can
know.
that in.
They know you're in the Louisiana Purchase, brother. You gotta get out of there.
What is your... Oh, Sparks, god damn it. Oh, I also have to grill your ass. Fucking, you think I want to see your 5 gifted subs? Stop that. Also, thank you for the bits.
Give me your sub.
You don't have to bribe me to be in the game, by the way. You can just be in the game. You don't have to pay for, like, there's no subscription fee.
What happens when you're not a charisma build? You forget that you don't have to bribe people.
Listen, I know I'm not paying my way into the game. I am just supporting a friend who I appreciate being a great storyteller. Sue me.
This goes
I
Maybe
support
if you
it.
insist.
Toby! Toby, you especially don't have to bribe me, you handsome
guys
German
know?
fuck.
Did you guys know Toby's gonna go on vacation soon? Like today? He's
Really?
on vacation. It means that he has time to hang out with people and play games and have friends.
Ah,
Nice.
Toby, you get to do things?
I'm so excited.
I don't
shot,
believe
one
you.
shot? Am I hearing one shot?
I love him.
What a bean.
I love him.
No,
I
you're
love
the
him.
most handsome one, Toby.
Oh my god. It's a handsome battle.
I
Well,
can't
you're gonna-
compete with that natural German charm.
Mm.
That is some kind of German engineering right there.
When is your...
And lots.
When does our session with Brett start? Our session 0 will be on the 17th. And if you're interested in what Momo and I are playing, you can find out there. It'll be pretty fun. Pretty
It's
fun.
awesome! Sorry.
It's pretty sick. It's pretty fucking awesome. I got excited.
It's really cool! Sorry.
We're going to have a list of jobs for Kellen that Kellen will no longer take. So far, it's Rat Exterminator. That was a very unfortunate set of roles.
You know,
I didn't realize this would be comedy night. Like, holy fuck.
I still can't get over how the littlest, tiniest CRs seem to do the most.
It was like I threw the ball up. I'm like, all right, here's your chance to just, get roll some dice, get some stress out, threw it up. And then it slammed down for some reason. Like it got spiked.
You threw it up, and then it turned
Here you
around.
go, kid. You
Hit the
tossed
corner of the
ball.
table, bounced off at an angle that increases its trajectory and velocity, and it just hit me right in the nuts like a beanbag thrown from the hand of an angry god. And I'm just sitting here like, what did I do to you, man? Like, I'm not even home.
I didn't do anything.
Fucking
You literally did
hating
nothing.
me. Uh-huh.
No, you cannot. No, you don't bribe. No, there's no bribes here.
Nice.
You can just hang out. And eventually I'll be opening up in the future once I have way more time and I'm way better at running multiple games. I do want to run like a community game. That's still the intent. That's been the intent since day one, and that's what I intend to hold up. So, yes. No, Summer, you can't bribe. No.
Bribe him
Although,
some.
how do you feel about Dark Souls, Summer?
Oh god, don't fall into the trap. You're done. It's over.
How do you feel about Dark Souls? You interested in a little Dark Souls, maybe?
Little bit of Dark Souls.
A little bit of Dark Souls?
A little bit of fucking.
Little Dark Souls, maybe?
A little bit of problem.
You do like Dark Souls? What do you think of the new Dark Souls TTRPG that came out? I don't know, maybe playing a game in that.
I hope they do join so that they can get super lucky and completely trounce it and make it look easy. Can't wait. And you're yeah.
My hope is to get, I believe it was it you or Idis that gave me the idea of getting 2 people who have never played it and then getting 2 people who have played it.
Oh god.
I want to die when I play Dark Souls.
Well,
Elden
you'll want to
Ring
die when you play Dark
is
Souls, the role-playing game.
Statistically speaking, you will.
Saying it's kind of funny that you say that because
It's a respawn mechanic. I hope you're ready.
What?
Thankfully,
Yep.
death isn't the end, unless you roll a very unfortunate
bad
roll. But When you die, you just respawn at the bonfire, just like Dark Souls.
It's Dark Souls.
you
Guess
roll
what that means? The bosses are here to kill you.
Unless
Whole
you
new
roll
mechanics.
really shitty, and then
Yes.
it will fuck you up.
There is when you die, you go hollow, and there's a table that you roll on, and if
I
you
don't.
roll very unfortunately,
No.
you die permanently.
No. Ugh, I'm gonna have to piss.
I'm afraid you can't. You're legally obligated.
Okay, bye. Would
Peace.
you look at that? It's breaking up. I'm.
Are you
Legally
banned for
obligated. You live in the house with me, so
That's not fair. You can't do
legally
that.
obligated. You signed
can't.
you signed it away in a contract that I made you sign in Secrets of Earest.
You didn't make me sign anything
Yes,
in
I did.
Secrets of Earest.
I did.
When?
You signed it.
Secrets of Arrested.
You signed it.
When?
Session episode 1.
When?
First stream, episode 1.
When? There was nothing signed.
Yes, there was.
Nope.
You're legally
Dang.
obligated.
Nope.
On this napkin it says
It is
I
a
can do what I
bond
want.
that transcends legality.
It's impossible.
Guys, we signed contracts for this game.
No, we didn't.
Yeah, we did.
I didn't say
We
shit.
didn't.
Put in the character application.
No.
Oh yeah.
I
Oh.
didn't put in a character application.
You
Well, you
shouldn't
guys
have
got
admitted that
contracts?
live on stream. Wow.
I just made a really awesome character and talked to him about it. So
How much
Really?
for... Actually, this is a good question for the people that are here in the Secrets of Earest
Subject
game.
change, subject change.
Holy shit.
You guys want to fight the title hunter as a party?
Yeah.
I think that could be cool.
I want the Cecilia's application.
There wasn't one. I'm not kidding.
Anyway,
Yeah, she didn't
I
have
don't
an
know.
application.
I don't know.
Mine
Alright.
was
I
like a
don't-
verbal application.
Verbal application. You did an interview. That's what you did.
Yeah, he made me sit in Discord for like hours.
Okay, you win. You win.
But for the title hunter, either Blake goes mono e mono or everybody. All or nothing.
Well, already it's going to be 3 of you.
Yeah.
I think it should be everyone. I don't think excluding is
We all just
the way
jump,
to go.
all get fucked up. Sounds like a good time. I mean, wait.
We're a fucking
You
team
guys
now.
don't get fucked up.
Except
You
that we
guys are-
can't fight as a team with a title hunter.
Yeah, we can.
If you guys fight as a
find
team,
outside.
it'll be 6v1, and I will be adjusting his stats accordingly.
Oh fuck.
Oh, Wayland gets stronger, huh?
That'll be cool though.
Guys,
kind of-
if we
It kind of begs the question right there, though. Like, if it's a 6v1 and you adjust this thing, but isn't the whole point of the title hunter to make Blake prove that he deserves the title? And if we interfere, are we thus negating
The
that
title
whole-
of hero.
Oh, so it maybe actually makes sense for us to join in and be like 6v1?
We're his friends. He doesn't fight alone anymore.
Well, I
he's
didn't.
also level 11.
So I didn't
can-
realize that they were under the title of hero. Like, yeah, okay. Well, that changes things because originally I thought it was just for him to retain the title of adjudicator.
How unfair is D&D?
We
with that?
never let our friends fight title hunters alone.
Yeah, that is the name.
See, This is why D&D's fucked, because you can like team up on a guy and that guy will actually just get stronger.
Well, it's gotta make it
Friends
fun.
don't let friends fight title hunters alone.
That's right.
Again, I'm just hoping it wasn't like last time where it's like, oh yay, the title hunter has fucked off.
Hey,
did you
gamers!
Yeah. Hey, did you guys hear dogs?
Yeah. What was that sound? Don't worry about it. Don't fucking worry
Oh,
about it. Fucking shut up.
Ah, the shadows are moving!
Not again.
Cool. I will be under the assumption that the party will be fighting the title hunter,
And
As a
you wake
party.
up. I don't like this.
and I'll
Say
be
it ain't
adjusting
so.
his stats.
Nice. Imagine if they change their mind and then his stats are
He's just a
mega
god versus Blake.
high. All right, Blake,
Just
good app.
yeets him into the fucking
It's just-
stratosphere.
They just bounced at the last minute. They're like,
By the way, he
"Alright, well,
crits on a 16.
Oh,
Blake's
just-
like,
he has bad medicine.
I don't like
Blake
it. Wait,
getting-
fuck that. Hold on. That's mine.
Yote to the fucking stratosphere like the home run bat. Just
Sorry, Blake. We figure this is a moment for you. We don't want to take this away
Guys,
from you.
as the the flail connects with his chin, he just explodes.
This fucking pops like a balloon. Just
Atomizes.
Oh. Wow, what happened to Blake? Man,
Who?
Damn it,
Ooh,
if Wellen is that strong, how couldn't he fucking save his son? Tell me that shit.
Ooh, that's fucking dirty, dude.
You
Did
can
you
ask
just
him
go?
that.
You'll find out.
And
You'll
just
find
for
out.
that, and just for that, his CR's going up by 5. God damn it.
You guys-
Hey, we're just talking here.
You just figured out that he's the title hunter.
Going up by
Gotta ask him why.
he's going up by another 5.
Brother.
Title hunter has multi-attack 5. Maybe.
Fuck.
Oh, stop talking.
Shut up!
Versus these powerhouses, he's gonna need it.
No, he won't. No, he won't. No, he won't. No, he won't.
Especially when we start doing quirky little
AC
things
of at
like-
least 25.
It's like when we start doing quirky little things like, oh, I don't know, magic fuckery. It looks at overall and
Always.
penchant
What?
for war crimes.
What?
It's
I have
always-
not committed a war crime in at least 24 hours. Leave me alone.
Why were you asking about the chemical formula for mustard gas? You know what? Never mind. Here it is. Leave me alone. Go away.
Nate, no, not the CTF gang. The Secrets of Iris gang. That's you guys are level 11, right?
No, we're level 10.
Level 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, the level 10 adventurers that are wearing legendary armor and stuff like that. They're about to fight an entity referred to as the Title Hunter.
Mine's still inactivated, though.
It's legendary armor nonetheless.
Look,
I guess.
the best thing for any PvEG or boss that's only one guy is to just steal their initiative. That's the quirkiest one.
Shut up!
I'm going first. Smile.
You say that because it's never your initiative.
It was my initiative twice, you asshole.
No.
Hayne stole my initiative.
Oh. Okay. Never mind.
Invoke authority. Shift rank.
Yep.
Mm.
And then obviously fiendish alacrity. Hey, you ever want to make your players hate you? Give your bad guy fiendish alacrity. It's pretty pog.
What does that do, DM?
Swaps out their initiative scores. So the
Wow.
bad guy goes first.
Wow.
Wow.
The power move would be to swap it out so you go last, and you just sit there with like taking hits like Senator Armstrong.
That's when you know you're fucked, when the bad guy chooses to go last.
Dragon's
Yikes.
like, this ought to be good.
Hey guys, you
Oh,
want to
you're
see
done?
something cool?
Pity.
Want to see something cool?
Time
Dimensional.
stop.
Uh-oh.
Ooh, haha. Hey guys, we're in danger. Free action to say that. Now we're dead.
Jojo.
We have died. It's fine.
We are dead. We are dead. We just don't know it yet.
Well, so what happens when you have time stop.
You gonna need it because they're gonna fucking trash him? I hope so. I'm rooting for you.
You say that, and then you sick a bunch of fucking rats with pack tactics on me.
That's just how rats are, brother.
Yeah.
The
That was just
it literally
real
came
shite.
down to you couldn't roll higher than an 8.
Clearly.
Also, I want to note, this is the second time Murata has saved Kellen from wildlife.
Okay, well,
Thank
the
you.
first time I didn't even get a chance to do anything. It just sort of happened. But sure, fine. 2.
Let
I'll
the record
just-
note. There is a tally being kept.
There are tallies, by the way. Anyone who
Well,
thinks there
you're
isn't
dead.
is lying.
It's a pretty good thing I've been prepaying you with monster trophies for like weeks.
Like, yeah.
I think I've paid up pretty good thus far. I might even have 1 or 2 on credit still. I don't know.
Well
You
then,
can pay with monster parts.
And if it works for you.
thank you
not
guys for coming out, hanging out. We're gonna call it here.
Yeah.
Why don't you guys go ahead and say goodbye to the lovely people in chat?
Good night, chat. Goodbye.
Lovely.
Bye.
Later.
I hope you guys enjoyed it.
lovely though? Like, yeah.
Well.
What?
And there we are. The end of a night. The end of D&D. For now. At least until next week. Where we pick up for episode 32. And the players investigating the home of Henry and Anna. Until such a time, I hope that you all have a good night. Thank you guys so much for coming out and welcoming the players back after 2 weeks. Long and arduous as it was without any D&D, I'm glad to be able to play it again. And I'm glad that you all were here to watch it. So thank you. If you guys are interested in more Dungeons & Dragons, well, my lovely friend Momo runs our Secrets of Eris game over on her channel every Sunday. So if you're interested in seeing more of the players you just watched, you can watch it over there. As well, we have a community Discord. So if you want to meet some of the cool people you were just hanging out with for the last few hours, they're usually there. Thank you guys so much for all the bits, for all the donations, as well as helping me push towards 2K followers. Once we get to 2K, we apply for partner, and we go from there and see what happens. Fingers crossed, but keeping our expectations tempered. Not being too excited. I hope that you all have a good night. I hope that you all rest well. Hug your loved ones. Tell them that you love them. Thank you all for the well wishes. And I hope you all have a good night. Goodbye, everybody.